Avron, how you doing, brother? D-Rexy, how you doing? You changed your Twitch name? I have indeed, yes. I have. Let's see if this works. Hold up. Hold up, chat. I need to see something. Um... Let's do that and see if that works, actually. Alright, there we go. D-Rexy, how you doing? Roaming Firebat, how you doing? Abaddon, how you doing? Not too bad, just at work? Oh, it's your birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some happy birthdays for Abaddon? Please. Hope you're doing... I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. I just noticed you changed your name. I have, yes. I was sick and tired of Akalon. Like, I've been wanting to lose the whole Akalon thing for a while now, so it was sort of okay to get rid of it, if I'm honest. It was fun. Ravy G, how you doing, brother? Granted, you've had your Akalon name for what, nearly 9 years? Oh, it's been way longer than that. I mean, I chose that name when I was 12 or 13. So, I've had that name. I've been using that name as my gamer name. Oh. Almost 30 years. So it was time. Can we still say morning, Akko, though? Yeah, man, you guys can still call me Akko. You can still call me Akalon Akko. That's fine. It's just the branding stuff, right? I don't like calling it branding because I really wasn't rebranding anything. I was just sick and tired of Akalon. Because Akalon sort of represented for me, wow. It represented where my channel started. Not what I do now. And so, yeah. I wanted to get away from that whole aesthetic thing. And I really didn't want people to sort of search for me on YouTube only to find, the WoW stuff. Because the WoW stuff is just up there because some people told me they still like some of the videos and they like watching them. But if I had my way, I'd probably cancel that channel and move on. That is very fair. 30 years is a good bit of time. Oh yeah, I mean, I'll probably not change this name until I retire from YouTube. Stuck with Ravy since 2009. Yeah, I feel like gamer names never go, right? Because even in games, I will probably still call myself Akalon. Because games aren't gonna it's your gamer tag. It's how you know yourself. It's pretty much baked in. Whenever I start playing a game, name your character, Akalon, let's move. It's just on YouTube, I prefer to be known as Stefan, right? Because that's my name, and my content is very much personal content. I don't play a character. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. So it just makes more sense to just go by my actual name. Mylan, I actually think very similar to that, yeah. Probably almost exactly the same reason. Just the old sort of branding, the old name had specific attachments, and I'm not that guy anymore. I don't make the same content anymore. I don't have the same thoughts and feelings and opinions anymore. So it sort of feels like better to just leave that character by the wayside and to move on. Dude, can I just ask, why do leftists hate America so much? Like, why would you live in the United States of America if you hate America? Like, I'd happily switch places with any liberal. in the US and be like, hey, you can come live in South Africa, then I'll move to America. I don't know. There's just so crazy to me. Anyways, it is public holiday here in South Africa, by the way. I don't think it's public holiday for the rest of the world, but it is public holiday here. Projection, I think they're just typically deeply unhappy with themselves and their achievements. And as it's too painful to look inside for a reason why their life is shit, they blame everything around them instead. Probably not far away from the truth there, Avalon. Understand that. My original came from Xbox, random name, 60, 10 plus years later, came up with this one, and it's kind of stuck. Roaming, if it works, it works. They teach the self-hating crap in schools. Don't get that in other countries, example China, India. Bugger Games, how are you doing? Well, of course you wouldn't get it in other countries because you are not supposed to hate your own people, right? Like that's a serious problem. You're supposed to love your own people and dislike or distrust everyone else. But in America, it almost seems like the left very much would stand and side with literally anyone else, provided it's not America. So it doesn't matter who it is. If the person is against America, they're automatically on that person's side, which just sort of makes me think maybe get rid of the leftists in America. I'm not advocating for some final solution bullshit. I mean, just put them on boats and get them to whichever country they support. 84% of liberal white women were diagnosed with depression. Yeah, the funny thing is, the Democratic voter base are the most mentally retarded base in the world. Right? You go on any average Democratic voter's X-bio, and you'll just find a list of every single mental disorder you can imagine. And yet, these are the people that think that they should be the ones to tell us how to run our lives successfully. I think not. I think if you have even one mental disorder in your Twitter bio, that disqualifies you from being able to tell anyone what they should or should not do. Right? You are, on a scale of 1 being somewhat retarded to 10 being heavily retarded, on that scale. Therefore, you don't get to tell non-retarded people how to live their lives. It's simple as that. In-group, out-group preference graphic. Refugee, I mean, you're supposed to have in-group bias, right? And out-group, you're supposed to be against the out-group. But for some reason in America, the left is against their own group, the in-group, and pro the out-group. Think we need asylums back? Oh, yeah, 100%. I think not having asylums is a big problem. Profile, how are you doing? Not just America. Refugee, no, it seems the West in general, yes. It seems like there's definitely a left-wing problem here. Why are you being weird? Yeah, I wonder, but I would love to know what is the reason for it, you know? Like, what is it that drives that level of hatred? It can't be natural. It's definitely not natural. But it seems like leftists just have this innate hatred of the very system that keeps them safe. The system that allows for them to be that hateful, they hate. When in any other country, they would be killed by the system of those countries. Girl, I get that. I get that the left is losing. I'm more talking about the ontology of the thing. I think it's called ontology, the origins of it, right? I want to know what's the ontology of this hatred towards your own side. Aren't you terrified of Gen Z and what these crazy libs are creating? I think Gen Z is actually turning more conservative, Malin. So yes, you have a significant amount of like millennials that hate America and that hate the West more generally, but Gen Z is certainly turning way more conservative. All it comes from feminism. It's the fight. Yeah, but Grofal, the question isn't so much so you point to feminism, right? But ask yourself this: why would anyone listen to someone say America is evil and then believe it? Right? Considering it fights against every single natural biological urge you should have. Biologically, you want to side with the group that is your in group because they're your group, right? So what pushes a person to the point where they will literally just deny their evolutionary biological response and sort of become the opposite of their own group? Because most left-wingers isn't just a case of they're sort of lukewarm on their own group. They hate their own group. They love every other group, but they hate their own group, right? And that's weird. Late Gen Z is turning conservative. True. America was built by the patriarchy. Yeah, Grofo, but you're again. So you're missing the question I'm posing because you're throwing out terms: patriarchy, feminism, matriarchy. These are terms. They don't matter. Not to the question, right? So what's happening at the moment? Just to illustrate to you, I'm asking why. So what is happening here, to illustrate it to you, would be similar to me going, "Hey, I see you're wearing pants," and then you responding with, "Yeah, I am wearing pants. It's red," right? Or more akin to you responding, "It's red pants. It's not pants," right? So you're just giving me. You're not responding to the sort of the baseline problem, the foundational problem, right? Actually, better if I asked you, why are you wearing pants? And you go, I'm wearing red pants, right? That's like, okay, wait, you're not responding to what I'm asking. I'm asking you, why are you wearing pants? You then responding with, I'm wearing red pants is not an answer to the question, why are you wearing pants? So when I'm asking, why are leftists so quick to turn against their own culture, you simply saying, well, feminism, right, and the patriarchy built America, that's not an answer to why are leftists turning against their own biological instincts so readily, so easily, and selling out their own country, right? That's the question. And I don't think feminism is, because feminism as a system definitely preaches anti-American hate, right? But it doesn't necessarily explain why people would adopt those beliefs. But I'm worried about the far-right pendulum. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Malin, so when you say far-right, let me ask you this, right? What do you think, who do you think the far-right is, Malin? Custom, how are you doing, sir? Okay, Custom, that's the theory. Most leftists are feminists, and they have made a new flag, the enemy of the left. Grofel, I get all of that, but now, so take for example what Custom says they hate themselves, and that is why they hate America. See, so that's a theory, because it means that. So let me put it to you this way: if someone came up to you tomorrow and started telling you about how evil Holland was, right? Or the Netherlands, or how evil this country or that country is. If you don't actually believe that, right, their message is not going to mean anything to you. You're going to listen to it and you're like, please, this is bullshit, right? And you're just going to leave. So if someone came to me tomorrow and said America's just evil, and this has happened before, right? It literally happened a few weeks ago. where I was having coffee and this guy I was talking to just outright said America is evil. And my immediate response was, what the hell are you talking about? Like, have there been evil people in America? Sure. Have there been evil groups in America? Sure. But America as a whole is not evil, right? That's just nonsense. So why is it that I'm not buying that, but someone else hears that and they immediately go, yep, true. See, that's what I'm trying to get to. Left is the fascist party. I hate cops translates into, if I was a cop, I would use my power position. Thus, it goes for every subject, like abortion or gender. I'll have you know, the only bad thing we did was 1955, Indonesia. Mind grade of further their narrative. Grofel, but okay, so you're talking from the perspective of the people who's doing it. I'm asking you from the perspective of the people hearing it. It's because nobody has asked them to prove their statements for a long time. It was a strategic decision to elevate your youth and feelings, other empiric facts, since the whole leftist dogma falls down as soon as you test it. Abaddon, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This happens very often, right? So pretty much every single Twitter conversation that I have ends the exact same way, with the leftist blocking me. So getting the last word in, they'll say something, and then they'll immediately block you. Just instantly. It's very original. But I have now, for those of you that would be interested, I have now rate this study. I can actually rate the entire study now. And it is interesting. It is very interesting. So, let's quickly talk about this study. So the study itself, first they get into, obviously, as all good scientific studies, the study itself was done, it was posted in the British Journal of Social Psychology, and it specifically looked at attitude networks as intergroup realities using network modeling to research attitude identity relationships in polarized political contexts. Now, what's incredibly interesting is how they played it. Tekla, how are you doing, sir? How they played this. So it starts off with a randomized group. They had 406 participants, I think, and they had to disqualify 6 or 7. And they ended up with an actual, you'll see here, N equals 396 actual respondents that they had, purely because six had to be excluded because they were found to be ultra biased or just not honest in their answers. So they excluded those 6, and then they went with the 396. Of this, the overwhelming majority were liberal. Only 15% were conservative. And a big chunk was sort of centrist, but they used mathematical equations in order to make sure that it still works out the way that you need it to do, right? So you can still average it out. What is super interesting is the way the test is conducted. So it starts with a number of questions. So, Grofal, the idea behind this study is to test for the variations of allowed opinions on political sides. So what do you'll see when we get to the actual results of the test, because it is super, super interesting. But it starts off with a bunch of questions. The questions are simple, ranging from, would you consider yourself more liberal, more conservative? Would you consider yourself to be a Democrat, a Republican, or something in between? Would you, and then they ask them questions about specific stuff. So what's your thoughts and feelings on abortion? What's your thoughts and feelings on this, that, or the other, right? So a bunch of political sort of questions that they ask. Then they go into what they call a vignette study. Now, vignette studies look something like this, right? So vignette study here, you can see all the different ways in which they sort of labeled the participants and made sure that the participants are sort of that they make sense. But this would be an example of a vignette study. So they gave them abortion should be illegal, right? And then they have a person there fully disagree. Okay, in terms of political orientation, this person is. And then they would ask a number of questions, right? So definitely a Democrat, definitely not a Democrat, definitely not a Republican, definitely a Republican, definitely, how do you feel towards this person? So you can see on this list here, right? So, I mean, basically all of these questions would be asked in different ways to help them determine the feelings that people have towards people holding certain positions. All right? That's a vignette study. So it sort of finds various different ways of asking the exact same thing, because the more ways you find to ask it, the easier it is to sort of exclude people who were maybe trying to create a certain narrative, because they won't always know how to be consistent. They then took all of these answers, all of these sort of participants, they did a bunch of bias study on it. They did a bunch of bias testing on it to make sure that any sort of bias was removed from it. And they came up finally with the results. Now, the results here, what you see in these two charts in front of you, right? Well, say charts. What you see in this is the amount of times, right, that people of a specific political affiliation responded in absolute terms. Does that make sense? You guys know how the left likes to use the argument, only the Sith deal in absolutes? Well, it turns out the left deals in absolutes. So what they found was that when they asked Republicans or conservatives certain questions, Republicans would oftentimes have various different answers. So out of 100 Republicans, you would ask them maybe about abortion, for example. HRP, how are you doing, sir? And out of that 100, you might have, say, 60 that would say very much disagree with abortion. Then you might get another 20 that go somewhat disagree with abortion. And then you might get 10 that go, don't really care about abortion, not the biggest issue for me. And maybe you'll get another 5 that goes, yeah, you know, abortion should be legal under some circumstances. So Republicans have a very wide range of answers that they will give. Whereas liberals will have, how do you feel about abortion? Absolutely good. Should it ever be outlawed? Absolutely no, right? How do you feel about people who are against abortion? Absolutely evil, right? So this was the vignette study. So if you look at the vignette study here, they ask here, right, should abortion be illegal? Fully disagree. And then they say, in terms of political orientation, this person is, and they give you a bunch of options. Then they go, how do you feel towards this person? And if you look at the actual chart here, what you will find is that the Democrats, imagine this picture, said abortion should be legal, and this person said fully agree. Abortion should be illegal. The Democrats would go, definitely not a Democrat, right? So on the first question here, definitely not a Democrat, definitely a Republican. So it would be 0 and 100. Then it would be 0 for independent, or maybe 50 for independent. But then how do you feel towards this person would be a 0. From the left, it would always be the most extreme version of it. So the left views every single potential issue, as you can see in this chart, as a life or death issue. There's no nuance within issues. There's also no room for discussion within issues. There's no ability for us to discuss abortion, for example. Abortion is legal 100%. If you even so much as disagree slightly, so you go, well, I think maybe not at 8 months, evil. Right? So they think very, very absolutely. This is how people on the left think. Whereas what they find for people on the right is that they're a lot more willing to include almost everyone, right? And a lot more opinions are included in it because there's just a much more wide variety of opinions on the right. Whereas the left, and anyone who's ever spoken to leftists will understand this. This is the kind of chart you see when a group has basically filtered out every single dissident voice. you'll see a chart like this when a group has successfully purged all dissenting voices. Because that's effectively what this means here. You see those little gray, you see the little gray dots there? The gray and the blue dots that's moving sort of closer to the red bits? Those are most likely leftists that have already been pushed out of the left because they happen to have opinions that the left no longer deems viable opinions to hold. Niara, how are you doing? So because the left no longer values these opinions to be held at all, those people are expelled from the left-wing movement. And so, you find people like Joe Rogan, for example, that finds himself now on the side of the conservative right, when Joe Rogan himself holds zero right-wing political opinions, right? Like, he's not a conservative. Joe Rogan is for abortion. As a conservative, that's a problem for me, right? Joe Rogan doesn't care about gay marriage. As a conservative, that's a problem for me, right? But I can have a conversation with Joe Rogan, right? And maybe me and Joe Rogan won't agree on everything, but we'll agree on a lot of things. And we'll find a way to figure out the stuff we agree on. We'll disagree and have to come to some sort of consensus on the stuff we disagree on, but we can still work together. The left, this chart proves it, cannot work together. There is no working together. You either agree with everything we say in the way we say it, absolutely, or else you're evil and need to go. Right? And some will probably also argue that you should be put to death, but that's a whole different story. And yes, when the left says the right is a cult, you should laugh at them and show them this chart. Because this proves 100% that the cult is not the right. The cult is the left. I found this study super interesting, by the way. It was just a fascinating read. Apollo, how are you doing, sir? There you go. Background music, is it from WoW? It is from WoW, yeah. How are you doing, XRP? I agree with this, but would love to see it over time. Example, 100 years, 20 years ago, this would have likely been reversed. No, the majority of that diverse opinion is from centrists, I think. So, Malin, not quite. Anyone who actually understands conservatism will understand that conservatives as a group, because remember, this is testing group mechanics, right? Not individual mechanics. So you might be able to find individual leftists that's more than happy to hold all sorts of views. But we're talking about the group. And anyone who's ever known conservatives will know that as a group, opinions have always been very, very wide, right? Conservative opinions, and it's based on how conservative parties are built, how the right bold conservative opinion. So I discussed this a few weeks ago, but worldwide, there's a guy who breaks this down so much better than I can. I won't play the clip for you now, but I had a fascinating time listening to this guy. Absolutely fascinating, because it's a lot of history stuff. But okay, so it's this guy, right? His name is Richard Miniter, and I absolutely loved listening to him. And the reason for it is he knows the history very, very well. We listened to him last week. He's the guy that makes the argument about the different groups that immigrated from England to America that now makes up the American diaspora. Right, so you have the Puritans from England that moves into sort of New England. You have the Royalists that move to this area, and how their opinions remain largely the same over the course of history. But he makes another point that is absolutely fascinating, and it is that left-wing politics is politics of compromise. right? So left-wing politics is politics of compromise. So what ends up happening is, because the left brings together non-organic groups, in other words, groups who would not organically fit together. So think about this, right? The left wants to include gay rights, along with bi rights, along with lesbian rights, along with trans rights, along with women's rights, along with queer rights, along with black rights, Latino rights, Mexican, whatever rights, right? So they have all of these rights that they need to include in their sort of collection of left-wing soups. But a lot of these are not groups that naturally go together. So, for example, the left wants to champion women's rights, but it also champions Islam, right? And Muslim inclusion. Now, anyone that knows anything about Islam knows that women's rights in Islam not exactly friends, right? The Muslims are very quick not to give women rights. And so what happens on the left is it's a party of endless compromise, where certain views have to be compromised, certain views, but effectively the way they do it is by shutting down debate, right? So very authoritarian. Left-wing movements tend to be a lot more authoritarian because it's the only way you can get things done, is everyone grind your teeth, right? Bite your tongue, we'll get through this. Otherwise, screw you, okay? The right, on the other hand, is, and this is worldwide, right-wing parties tend to be parties of, not consent, parties of, almost like a majority. I can't remember the word he used, but almost like a majority rules kind of thing. So what happens on the right is, let's say, for example, not so much compromise, right? So Ifka, how you doing, bro? On the right, what you oftentimes will have is, so let's say, for example, we have gay rights. Okay, so you have some people that go, hey, I think gay people should be allowed to exist, but they shouldn't be allowed to marry. Other people go, well, I think they should be allowed to exist, but I think they can marry. Then you have another conservative that goes, I don't think they should be allowed to exist, right? And you have another conservative. So you have all of these different opinions. So what will end up happening is they'll have fierce debates and arguments among themselves as they're trying to convince each other, right? And then eventually, after a lot of fighting, you'll have this sort of one pillar that emerges from the debate as the dominant pillar. So let's say one group gets or gains sort of 60, 70, 80% favor. So 80% of the people think this argument is probably the best argument. Then the right will just go, well, enough. So they'll literally tell the other 10, 20, 30%, shut up, we found consensus. Party of consensus, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. The right is the party of consensus. In other words, as soon as consensus emerges, the debate's over. We're moving forward now. Everyone pack it in, right? And because people on the right tend to value hierarchy a lot more than people on the left, even those who don't necessarily agree, right? So even the guy that would love to bash a couple of gay guys, right? He doesn't think gay people should exist. If conservatives wholesale decide, you know what, it's fine for gays to exist, we just won't let them marry, even that guy that wants to kill gay people will fall in line. Because, well, the majority decided this, and the hierarchy, the leaders said, this is the direction we're going in. So that's why on the right, you always tend to have a lot more arguing, a lot more fighting, a lot more disagreement until consensus is reached. Once we have consensus, we'll move forward at lightning speed. But we have to hit consensus first. That's broadly true when you mostly consider Arab countries. I myself experienced a different Islam in my upbringing. I know it's a meme nowadays, but the poor treatment in women is mostly a cultural thing. Same goes for the headscarf. So, Apollonius, here's the thing, right? And make no mistake, I myself have Muslim friends. I've worked with Muslims before. we are lucky insofar as a lot of Muslims don't read the Quran word for word as if it's instructions for the modern world, right? In fact, one of the luckiest things is that a lot of Muslims don't even read the Quran to begin with. A lot of Muslims just go and listen to the what's the guy again called at the mosque? No, the Jews have Rabbi, whoever leads. I can't remember the name now. It's completely escaping me. Imam, right? They'll just listen to whatever their imam tells them. And this is true, by the way, on the Jews side as well. Just FYI, about 60 to 70% of all Jews have never read the Torah or the Tanakh. Just FYI, for those of you that didn't know. And the only reason I know this is there was a Jew whose daughter became a Christian. His daughter gave her heart to Christ, and he was outraged, right? He couldn't believe that she would do this. And she challenged him to read the Bible and to decide for himself. And he eventually decided to read the Bible. And it was the first time he's ever read the Bible, because the Jews don't really read the Bible. They don't read the Tanakh or the Torah because those are considered to be historical. They have the prayer book, which they have a name for it because obviously they would have a name for it. But it's sort of the book with all of the wisdom from the Torah and the Tanakh. And when he read the Torah and the Tanakh, it became super clear to him, like, the Torah and Tanakh speak about Jesus, right? Jesus is in the Torah and the Tanakh. So that's how he became a Christian as well. But he actually said, most Jews do not read the Torah and the Tanakh because it's no longer required. You don't have to read the Torah and the Tanakh. You can just read the book, right? No, Malin, they don't read the Torah and the Tanakh because they don't have to, right? They have the prayer books. They have it's another book. I can't remember what it's called, but it's also sort of just collections of the wisdom. So they don't really have to know what it says. Most of them also just listen to their rabbi, and that's it. But you probably do have a lot to do, right? But obviously we're not talking about like 5 or 6. We're talking about there's probably a couple of million Jews that have actually read the Torah and the Tanakh. We know rabbis do, because they obviously complain and discuss amongst themselves a lot. But the average Jew, I think, is very much like the average Christian. The amount of Christians I know that have never read their Bible, they call themselves Christian, but really they're only Christian because they tend to maybe sometimes go to church. Like maybe on Christmas, they might sort of drive by the church, right? And sort of just, bow their heads in silence for 2 seconds. But most of them aren't really Christian, right? In the same way, I think most Jews aren't really Jews. They just they do it because they have to. And I think in the same way, Apollo, just to get back to yours, right? Most Muslim, I think, are also not really Muslim, right? Most Muslims are Muslims because it's how they were brought up. You were born in a Muslim house, so you're sort of Muslim. Do you pray 5 times a day? Are you there at first light in the mornings? Are you there at last light in the evenings? Do you do all of the rules and follow all of the rules and stuff that the Quran says that you have to? Obviously, most don't, right? But I think that's it's the saving grace, is that the majority of Muslims don't do that, right? But if you go and you actually read the words of the Quran, the people who are interpreting the Quran literally are Hamas, right? The Muslim Brotherhood. They're taking the words there and they're literally applying it in the way that it was said, which is obviously a bit of an issue, right? To add about Quran, we do not read and practice Quran literally, but most we think Quran have many means, so we follow our Imam, who we think is right. Custom, of course, right? That's fine. And I don't blame you for that. I would say go look up, and I realize for Muslims this is very hard because the price for apostasy can be high. But go look up a guy called David Wood. What's the other guy's name again? Can't remember the other guy's name now. But go look up those guys. They have some interesting content specifically, and all their work is done under Muslims. They don't work with anyone other than Muslims. But very interesting nonetheless. The left is always like this. The revolution devours its children. Niara, you're probably, well, you would know better than most of us, right? Because you are a historian. So you would actually understand the historicity and the historical context a lot better. I'm more of like what I would call an armchair historian. I like history, but I didn't study it. Funny thing, one gets born into a religion. Not a lot of people change religion. XRP, not quite. Actually, tons of people change religion all the time. I do agree with you that most people are born into some kind of religion, right? Apostate Prophet's really good, but no, the guy I'm thinking of, he worked with David Wood and them for quite a while, but then David Wood and him they broke away from each other because he became a Roman Catholic, and obviously David Wood is not a Roman Catholic. He's a Protestant and a Baptist very specifically. And so they don't hate each other. They're not angry at each other. It's more just a case of if you're a Protestant, it's very difficult to work with a Roman Catholic because you guys have fundamental disagreements about certain things, right? Sorry, tangent. Do you believe in going to church? Always thought the institution is problematic, not the faith. My gramps used to say church is for sinners. His temple is his family. Malin, I do go to church, and your grandpa isn't wrong. The church is for sinners. But Jesus was the one who said, I came for the sinners, not for the righteous. Right? He said this to the Pharisees, who thought that they were too good to hang out with the sinners. So, yeah, I believe 100%. We're told that we must go to church. There's a lot of value in going to church. You see, because going to church, you get challenged. Your faith gets challenged. You have to do things that you might not necessarily want to do. And you have people that call you out on your bullshit, which is super important because it's very easy to start convincing yourself of things that isn't actually real. So if you don't go to church, how do you know what you read in the Bible and what you believe is true if you don't go to church? Right? Because Jesus says, be aware of the heart, for it is the most treacherous of all humans. I can't remember the exact quote. But the point Jesus is making is your own feelings, right, is treacherous as hell. So what ends up happening is you'll read the Bible and you can very quickly start twisting the Bible to say things that you prefer. So there's groups called deconstructionists that love to deconstruct the Bible. And what's interesting is they always deconstruct the Bible around sexuality, right? So these are usually people who are struggling with their sexuality, but they also kind of want to be Christian. And so what they'll do is they'll start deconstructing the faith. And they'll make it so that actually being homosexual is perfectly fine in Christianity. Ignoring all of the times where Christianity isn't fine, or with Christianity isn't fine with homosexuality, but it is fine because I've read it specifically in these ways. And because I've read it specifically in these ways, there's no way for you to convince me otherwise. Because I've just ignored a bunch of the other passages that made it feel a little bit awkward for me. And a church calls you on your bullshit. It is the people at church that are the ones that tell you, oi, that's bullshit. That's not true. What are you talking about? Right? So you need church. You need it. And it helps. It helps a lot. But there are churches that's really problematic. There are churches that, and that's why it's super important that you test your church against the Bible. Is your church actually preaching the word of God? Are they preaching the gospel? Or are you at a church that is more obsessed with making money? Are you at a church that sort of twists the Bible and finds all sorts of interesting ways to make certain things feel better for their churchgoers, right? That run-ins with the church, usually around racism, etc., usually going on a power trip, hence him hating the institution. Malin, I think, so this is one of the reasons I prefer the Baptist church, because every Baptist church is its own thing. There is no institution, right? Like you can't go to, there's no synod, there's no body that governs all of them. Every single Baptist church is governed by the pastor and the elders, and that's it. And its members, because they're member run. But that's it. So you may get one Baptist church that's highly corrupt, but then you get another one that's actually super, super good. I'll give you a great example, something I didn't even know. But in where I live, there's about 4 Baptist churches quite close to me, right? Now, each one of these have at the core of their constitution, in order to be a member, you have to be baptized, right? So you have to be a professing Christian and you must be baptized. That doesn't mean sprinkled with water as a child. It means fully submerged underwater, baptized, right? But then one of the churches I just found out is a church, I won't say names, but it's a bit away from me, but it's still within driving distance. They have as part of their constitution, you have to be baptized and you have to profess Christ. And also, in order to be a member, you must believe that the Pope is the Antichrist. It's a Baptist church, right? It has the same name as my church. It's Baptist. But my church does not say that you have to believe that. The people in my church do think the Pope is an Antichrist, right? Or at least evil and not a Christian. But they don't. It's not a requirement. Like I have said before, I don't think the Pope is the Antichrist, right? And my people will just disagree with me to some extent, right? But it's fine either way. I don't have to go, the Pope is the Antichrist. Whereas that other church is like, no, if you don't profess that the Pope is the Antichrist, you cannot be a member here. Abaddon, the institution. So they're not talking about individual specific popes. They believe the Catholic Church and the Pope's office is the office of the Antichrist. So they believe that the Catholic Church has been corrupted. And in its corruption, Lucifer reigns over the church, right? And they believe that firmly and absolutely. You can't really change that. That's just how they believe, you know? Michael, an interesting thing though, and I heard this from an ex. I heard this from an ex. Lunari, how you doing? I heard this from an ex. What's the name called? Activist, right? So like an ex LGBTQ activist, whose job it was to infiltrate schools. And this is what she said. She said, Protestant schools, no problem. Normal schools, obviously no problem. The one school that they could never infiltrate in America was Catholic schools. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how hard they tried to push their doctrine, their left-wing doctrines, the Catholic schools were just like, nope, nope, nope. So they could never get... So my opinion is, I'm not a Roman Catholic. I don't believe in the Roman Catholic Church. I don't think the Pope is first among equals or any bullshit like that, right? I think the Pope is just a man, and I think the structure of the Roman Catholic Church creates things that can easily be corrupted, right? Because all the power sort of coalesces at the top, so it's easier to corrupt. But I believe that it is a Christian church. I believe my Catholic brothers and sisters are my brothers and sisters in Christ. We have certain things that we disagree on. Like, for example, the Catholic Church thinks that you have to work in order to gain salvation. I don't believe that. I think you gain salvation through Jesus Christ. No works required. Works is simply a byproduct of salvation, not required for salvation. but I feel like these are disagreements that we have, but they're still my brothers and sisters in Christ. I don't consider them to be Lucifer's children, so to speak, right? But there are people who do, right? There are people who do. And Lunari, yeah, I was just like Abaddon said, right? I was just tired of the name. I wanted to use my normal name, right? My real name. Because it works. And I'm sick and tired of Akalon because it's not my name. And it reminds me too much of the WoW stuff. It's a part of my life that's over. I don't want to be back there ever. So Stefan just made more sense. Or if you want to say it correctly, you can say Stefan. Although I don't expect anyone to actually get that right. Otherwise, just keep calling me Akalon. It's fine. I don't really care, right? Baby has a monopoly on messing with kids. Malin, interesting thing though. And the only reason I know this is because of a phenomenal debate, right? And I read through this. You can read it. You can go to my page. You'll find it here. But Josh, actually, because there's a massive debate that's going on, because I happen to say that gay people shouldn't be allowed near children because of this story, which is obviously heartbreaking. For those of you that didn't know, this baby was raped to death by these two gay men. Yeah. They were in the process of adopting him, and they decided, let's go. Yep. That's literally what happened. Right? So I just said homosexuality is a perversion. Gay men and women should not be allowed anywhere near children. And then Six String Picker did what most people always do. And, what about the Catholic Church then? Should they also stay away from it? And then Josh actually links articles and sites and studies that prove that the Catholic Church, right? So there's something that people need to remember. By its very nature, institutions that deal with children will automatically have a higher rate of pedophilia, right? That's sort of obvious, right? So schools, for example, have very high levels of pedophilia because ding, 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 there's kids there, right? So surprise, surprise, it's very difficult. For example, I don't think you'll struggle with a lot of pedo stuff in an old age home, for example. I might be crazy, but I feel like probably the instances of PDF filing in an old age home, very low. Whereas not so low in like a kindergarten school, okay? But fundamentally, when you look across the board at the numbers, you will find that the Catholic Church actually has the lowest rates of PDF filing of any institution that works with children. So K-12 schools, for example, is at 15% pedophilia, whereas the clergy is only at 4%. That's still 4% too much, and it should not happen. But the common myth that the Catholic Church is sort of just a bunch of PDF files doesn't hold up when you actually look at the numbers. I don't think it's just a numbers game. Celibacy does a number on the human psyche. And of course, right? Celibacy is definitely going to have a role to play in that. Pope label as Antichrist. It's also 16th century. Oniara, absolutely. No, I know that it started around that time. There are lots of homosexual priests in the Catholic Church. It's fun. I think there's a lot of... I would agree that there's a lot of homosexual priests, most likely, but I wouldn't say that that's just a bad thing, because it is possible. I know, for example, one of the guys at my church is also gay. And he has taken a vow of celibacy. We don't have to. As Christians, we don't have to. And he would never be able to be a pastor in my church because he's homosexual, right? And in my church, there's no way. In order to be a pastor, you have to have a family. Your family has to be functioning and well taken care of. So you have to be a good father. Otherwise, you cannot be a pastor in my church. So he would never be able to be a pastor, but he did take a vow of celibacy because, well, it's sin, right? And So I think there might be a lot of priests who go into priesthood as a way to sort of deal with that particular sin that they may have. I think where it becomes a problem is when you have a gay person that thinks, I'll become a priest so that I'm not tempted. And that's where, if your heart is truly pure in that decision, I think there's nothing wrong with it, and you'll probably be able to do it. But if you're doing it because you don't want to be tempted, you're still going to be tempted, right? It's not as if the priest lives out in the middle of nowhere, right? The priest is still going to be tempted. It's certainly a take, though. Wait, who equated homosexuality with pedophilia? That's not what anyone's doing here, right? The argument here is more just that the clergy has its problems, and from those problems stem pedophilia. But if you wanted to make that argument, the clergy wouldn't even be the right place to do it. Because as I've already explained, the clergy makes up this, they have the least instances of pedophilia of all institutions that work with children. Lunari, yeah, I do believe, but read again, right? Read the post, and then read what I said. Homosexuality is a perversion. Gay men and women should not be allowed anywhere near children. That is not saying that homosexuality is the same as pedophilia. My reasons for homosexuals and lesbians and all the rest staying away from children isn't because I think every gay man has weird thoughts or feelings around children. It's not normal. It's an abnormal aversion to reality. Children should not be brought up in such an environment. Children should have a mother and a father that love each other, that can give them a good and healthy home. Two men cannot provide that. Two women cannot provide that, because the fundamental makeup is man and woman. End of discussion. That's normal, and that's where kids should be brought up. It has nothing to do with all gay men want children. No, like these two gay men should be locked up or maybe even put to death, personally. But my point is way bigger than that. Thing defined by whoever is in power, or Lunari, by the fact that only about 4 to 6% of the world's population is gay. Could also mean that it is abnormal. When you have about 93% of the world's population being straight, one might make the argument, oh, that's normal. Because that's why the majority is that. We could also look at how does our species procreate. Procreation is a game where a man and a woman is required in union in order to make life. This means that any union that cannot produce life is an abnormal union, because the purpose of life is to create more life. At its foundational level, life wants to create more life. So when you have a union of life that is incapable of creating more life, you would have what is called an abnormal union. Because this union cannot do the one thing that unions of life is supposed to do, which is to make more life. Normal is normal because it's normal. Normal is not defined by the majority. It's normal because that's how most people are. I'm honestly torn on gay couples adopting. I don't have a problem with marriage, but there's almost always an element of sexual deviancy, and not having male and female parents is unbalanced. So the thing is, first and foremost, as a Christian, gay marriage is a farce. Marriage is meant for man and woman, very specifically to have children, right? That's the whole point of marriage, is for couples to have kids. So, and this might actually cause a lot of people to feel a little bit convicted. If you are a man or a woman and you're in a relationship with someone of the opposite sex, and you two get married and you decide you don't want to have children, you are as sinful as a homosexual couple. You are as sinful, as a couple of men sleeping together. And here's why. Because your relationship is not based on creating life, on bringing life into the universe. Your relationship is based on a purely selfish expression of fulfilling your own sexual needs and desires. You have no interest in adding to the world in any meaningful way, in making the world a better place in any meaningful way, in perpetuating life. You only want what you want for you in the short term. And that is literally what sin is. You are perverting the nature of God, and you're only focusing on the satisfaction or satisfaction of your own lust. Because that's literally what sex is without the possibility of having children. If you're having sex and you don't want to have children, all you're doing is you're perpetuating your own lust. Right? You're playing with your own lust. Now, Paul tells us this is particularly dangerous because lust leaves an impact on the mind. It affects the way the mind operates. It affects the way the mind thinks. So it becomes, it can become a serious problem, and we see that as a serious problem. But the idea, the concept of sin is merely that it is against the nature of God. That's the concept of sin. Anything that is against God's nature is sin. Inherently damaging to a certain demographic. No one said being gay is damaging. It's damaging to gays. But, if you're an adult and you want to live that way, you can go for it. I'm not going to tell you what you can and cannot do. But if you can't have kids, Drayden, but that would be a different discussion, right? So here we would get into the discussion of, okay, so now a man and a woman, first and foremost, the number of men and women who physically cannot have children is actually super low, right? So we're getting into an argument here of like, it's sort of what you get when people say, oh, but abortion is really good. What about rape? Abortion from rape makes up less than 1% of all abortions around the world every single year. Less than 1%. So people are sort of grasping at the extremes in order to justify, to make something seem less egregious than what it actually is. But even in that, right? So very rare for couples not to be able to have children. But we would make the argument, I at least would make the argument here, that if a man and a woman, right, get married, and say, for example, the woman's womb, if there's something wrong with her womb, or there's something wrong with his sperm, whatever the case might be, a miracle could still provide them with a child, right? Because their marriage is still a marriage that can potentially create life. If it happens that they can't create life because of something that went wrong, that's life, right? Stuff do go wrong, but their union can still produce life because it is a man and a woman together in union with God, right? Whereas a man and a man under no circumstances will ever be able to create life. A woman and a woman under no circumstances will ever be able to create life. So there is no possibility for these individuals to ever bring forth life because it's not a union that can do that. And that's just a biological sort of limitation. What if a couple are physically unable to have children? Michael, I just discussed that. No, obviously it doesn't mean you have to openly have children. There are different variants and variations on this. Avedon, you have people even in the Protestant faith who believe that you should have children until God stops you from having children, right? So they'll also say things like condoms is sinful and you shouldn't be using them. The pill is sinful and you shouldn't be using them, although there's a lot of people who don't believe in the pill because the pill does a lot of damage and harm to women. But then there are, like, for example, my pastor, I spoke to him about this and he was like, no, God also gave you a brain, right? And you need to be able to think, I can support 3 children. I cannot support 4. I'm not going to have more than 3, right? Like, you should be able to think about this stuff. You should be able to sort of go, oh, wait, I'm not going to have more because I can only support 3. So yeah, it's sort of different people have different thoughts on this, I guess. Why are we judging love by something outside of love? If two men or women love each other genuinely, I don't see why we would. Lunari, define love. I just explained to you. You are saying that it's love. I'm saying it isn't love. It's lust. But it's not love. Because love is when you are creating life. If you're not creating life, you don't have love. What you have is lust. Right? Now you could say, well, I absolutely disagree with that. To that, I would say, well, we have a huge issue because we can also look at the statistics. Homosexual couples and relationships are some of the most cheatful relationships in the world. Homosexual men cheat on each other all the time. I think it's something like 80% of homosexual marriages have infidelity that's rife throughout it. Right? They cannot stay loyal to one another. Lesbian relationships have the highest rate of abuse of all relationships. It is the most abusive relationships out of all relationships. Here's another fundamental flaw in the lesbian argument. Most lesbian relationships after a year becomes more like friendships. Sex stops entirely. They stop having sex, they stop being intimate, and they basically just become like buddies that just sort of live together, and then start stepping out on each other, start having sex with other women because they can't really enjoy each other anymore. So when we look at these relationships that we say love is love, when they come together, there's no celebration of love. Not in the way that you see with straight couples. When you look at normal straight couples, people love to go, oh, 50% divorce rate, really? So they're so successful. And yet, the divorce rate isn't actually 50%. The divorce rate is only 50% because of what we call serial divorcees. So people who get divorced a lot. But if you get married today, right? If you get married today, your chance of divorce is less than 20%. How do you make sense of that? It's because the overwhelming majority of straight relationships don't have problems. They don't lead to divorce. They don't have serious issues. They're perfectly happy, perfectly normal, right? You do have your dudes, and I know a couple of guys like that who get divorced 3 or 4 times a year because, they're always jumping into a new marriage. But it's not the same. So on every single level, right, we can think about these things and we can see that it isn't the same. The relationships don't look the same. The relationships don't track the same. So if you're going to say both is love, why do they look so different? Love is when kids. What is the purpose of you existing, Denari? What is your foundational purpose for existing? I was thinking back in the day that AIDS was part of the way to get people like that out of the world, but that's a whole other subject. Yeah, that would be deep. Like, that would be deep conspiracy. I don't think that's how it works. 3-4 year, impossible year. Courts don't work that fast. Frederick, remember, a lot of people get divorced so often that they usually just use arbiters or arbitrating court procedures to get divorced. Some people will even get divorced before they've even consummated the marriage, right? So there are ways to do it. Like, there's genuinely serial divorcees. Look it up. It's insane. You really do get people who get divorced at insane rates. Get married, get divorced, get married, get divorced, get married, get divorced. I divorce in America, man? No, it's not just America. It's the world over, right? You get divorced. You get people who just get divorced a lot because they fall in love a lot, right? Future Length, how you doing, sir? You're missing about the dark side of life a bit here. There are lots of people that suffer in relationships together with their partner about unfairness that life is. Rustic, no one ever said that. But again, when we look at the actual statistics, the most successful, happiest relationships ever are straight relationships. I mean, we have the data on this, right? The research is being done all the time. And trust me, there are far more researchers that would love to prove the opposite. I promise you, there are a lot of researchers out there that would love to prove that, oh, actually, two men are far happier than a man and a woman together. But they don't get that. The data doesn't bear that out. The data shows us that two men together don't form happy relationships. Overwhelmingly, those relationships end either in massive infidelity. You have a number of health issues that come with homosexual intercourse that you don't have with straight relationships. I won't get into the details, but it can get really, really, really bad. Doesn't matter what you equate it as, Lenore. Doesn't matter. I'm asking you, at a foundational level, what is your purpose here? So I don't care about what you think or feel. Give me an actual, what is your purpose here? At a foundational level. So if we were to boil down the purpose of the species called human, why is it here? What is the reason? What about the declining birth rate? What happens if those that do not want to have children are removed from the statistics? Michael, so the declining birth rates is, in my opinion, it's a mixture of a decline in religion and faith, right? Because society, and we do actually see this as societies move further away from God, they also tend to have fewer children. You see, because as a Christian, the command is to go forth and multiply. Because God made us and he would like for us to make more of us, right? That's the whole point, right? So as a Christian, you should go forth and multiply. But as people move away from God, what happens is they become selfish. They don't want to offer up their evenings or their weekends to spend time raising their children, right? They don't want to be bogged down. You see it so often now from girls and guys going, oh, I don't want to be married, or I don't want to have children because I like to have my life for myself. And you say, well, you weren't made to have your life for yourself. That's not why you are placed on this earth. That's not why you are here. You are here to have children. And if you actually got to that bit, you would find that you would grow up faster, you would be happier, you'd be far more fulfilled. Now, a lot of people like to make the argument that, oh, it's financial, it's because the finances aren't great. That's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Because if it was true that finances was the issue, then we wouldn't have poor people having far more children than rich people. It's the rich, non-religious people that tend to have the fewest children. Whereas the poor, religious people tend to have the most children. So if it was purely a money problem, we would be seeing an inverse of this. It would be the poor people who never have children because they can't afford it, and it would be the rich people that would have litters of children, right? So the argument that, oh no, but it just money, life is too expensive, bullshit. If you truly want to have children, you'll make it work. You don't want children because you're selfish and you're lazy. That's it. Or you're fat. And that could also be a reason. Or ugly. Or maybe fat and ugly. Or you have a terrible personality, so no one wants to marry you. It can be those things too, just to be clear, right? But if you are in a relationship and you're not having children, it's because you're lazy and selfish. End of discussion. Zucchini, how you doing? I see I'm just pissing off everyone in chat today. I woke up and chose violence for some reason. I don't know why, boys. I don't know why. It just so happens that, woke up and I was like, yep, let's go. Oh, shit. Hard disagree. It's irresponsible to have kids with no financial capacity. No one will have a good time there. Future length. So here's your problem. You seem to think that your financial situation should first be okay before you can have children, but this discounts your ability to actually make a plan. Do you know how many people got rich after they had their first kids? Do you know how many people sorted out their bullshit after they needed to? People, here's the funny thing. Invention, or what? How does the saying go? Necessity is the mother of all invention. Unless you have to make money, you probably won't. There's very few people in this world that can motivate themselves without any external pressure, right? So people who have a fully internal, intrinsic motivation to push themselves. Most people don't have that, right? So effectively, what will happen is when you finally do have children, that will motivate you to start working harder, to find ways of taking care of them. If you don't have children, why would you find ways of taking care of something you don't have? There's no reason for you to do this. And the amount of couples that I know that did this exact thing. My cousin, for example, couldn't care less about anything. Lived the sort of just had fun. Got married when his first child was born. He himself admits this. When he held that boy, it was like something in his brain clicked. It just clicked. And he was like, I have to take care of this kid. Game's over. And that was the moment that he started his own business and started growing. And today he's ultra rich, right? He's very, very rich. But it was that moment that clicked into action. So this argument of, oh, I'm not ready to have children yet. Maybe you need the children in order to be rich, or in order to become ready. Something to force you to do something. Future length, you're saying this as if, okay, so a mother, for example, your muscles, okay? You use about between 30 and 40% of your muscles on average. That's the only capacity that you have. So when you're lifting something, there's about 30 to 40% of your muscles actually lifting that thing. If you're going to the gym often and working out, you can get that up to about 50, 60%. How can a mother lift a car from her baby? Well, it's because she's using 100%. But in order to use the 100%, the baby needs to be stuck under the car. So this argument of, oh, well, you don't need an outside force in order to motivate you to do something, very much you do. Pretty much that's a scientific fact. An outside force is what puts things in motion. Like, that's basic science. So the argument that, well, you shouldn't need something from outside to push you in order to do something is like, well, that's not true. Every single thing that you've ever done in your entire life has come because of some outside force pushing you towards it. It's very rare to have people who actually just do everything based on an internal motivation. So nothing outside pushes them. They're the only ones that push themselves. That's super, super rare. This is why the saying exists, necessity is the mother of all invention. Because most people will only start acting once it's necessary for them to act. Why do you assume people will be horrible parents? I can see you are having a lovely debate. Thundercool, how are you doing, sir? In a manner outside the family, teach a kid to be a better person. I disagree with you on roles and such. Don't think getting punished for not being married is a bad take. Rustic, what do you mean? Who said anything about being punished for anything? It also wouldn't be a bad idea to plan ahead. No one said it's a bad idea, Future. But you're the one who made an absolute statement. You're the one who said you shouldn't be doing something just because you're forced to do it. Right? I'm not the one who said that. You should be planning ahead, but you do get people who don't plan ahead. You do get people who absolutely get pushed into action when there's a reason to get into action. That's well said. You will find a way and you will enjoy the struggles. I'm a single parent and I have a hard time, but it's not all about money. You can create a home and have all you need no matter what. You see, true, actually. If you let Akalon from Timo convince you to have kids, you have bigger problems. Like, I'm not trying to convince anyone here to have children. You shouldn't have, I would argue, here is the exact thing that you should do. You should first give your heart to Christ, then join a church, then get married, and only once you've done those, then you have children. That's the exact order in which you should do things. Because any other order would be sinful. People to be parents. Future length, you're absolutely right. There are people who aren't equipped to be parents. But how many people do you think that is? The issue was more that alcoholism and a lack of self-discipline and sense of duty had more to do with it. Because I grew up with one. Lunari, you grew up with one, but that doesn't make everyone's parents or everyone bad. I would argue the overwhelming majority of parents are good parents. I would argue that it's actually quite rare that parents abuse their children. It's actually quite rare that you get bad parents. Doesn't mean that you don't get them. Of course you get them, right? And there's always going to be a story from someone about having a terrible upbringing. And yes, that is mega sad. But an exception to the rule proves the rule, right? If a man outside the family can improve the quality of life of children, so can men in relation to being punished for outside forces isn't good just because you aren't churched. Rustic, again, right? Your argument seems to suggest that because, say, for example, a stepdad can be a brilliant dad to kids, right? Two men in a gay relationship can also be brilliant dads to the kids, right? Is that your argument? I have the order wrong? Yeah, right. You do have the order wrong, yes. You have the order very wrong. Falcons is peak, would never move out here. Why is that is fun? What makes the Balkans so good? I said just men. Doesn't mean they're gay. Men are men and should be judged, not as a group. Rusty J, but then your argument makes no sense because you're effectively saying things, but when I ask you to clarify in response to what this is, you don't seem to, because is your argument that men should be able to be single because some single men will have effects on children? Okay, yeah, 1% of single men out there may have a positive effect on some children out there. That's hardly an answer to the debate, no? Like, we can track it every single way. Married men are happier, more fulfilled, more successful than their single counterparts. Married women are happier, more fulfilled, and more successful than their unmarried counterparts. Although that is very much dependent on what you rate as success, right? But if we're going off of happiness and fulfillment, married couples are a hell of a lot happier and a hell of a lot more fulfilled than their single counterparts. This is oftentimes one of the arguments that gay advocates will use in order to say we should allow gay and lesbian couples to get married because look at all the benefits of marriage. The only problem is that when gay people get married, those benefits don't seem to translate to them. Very rarely do they have the same successful relationship in marriages and all the perks of marriage that their heterosexual counterparts have. But that is oftentimes the arguments that advocates for gay marriage will use. So we have all of this evidence of marriage between a man and a woman being absolutely advantageous as hell for men and women. Children add just even more advantage to this already very advantageous scenario. And again, we have the research to back this up. So I'm not entirely sure what we're even arguing about. I don't understand what the argument is, because the argument seems so cut and dry. It's just so basic. Because I don't think gay couples should be allowed to adopt children, period. I don't think two men or two women have what is required in order to raise healthy and happy children. I just don't. Because no matter what, a child needs a mother and a father. It needs both of these things. The mother teaches the child certain things. The father teaches the child certain things. And if you don't have both of these, what ends up happening is that child will forever miss half of the required upbringing. Because they'll just have one of those children, or one of those elements will not be present. And I want to be treated as everyone else, is the argument. Well, you're gay, you're not like everyone else, deal with it, right? Like, that's just how it is. Rob, how are you doing? We're in caves hunting mammoths, though. People have gotten too comfortable rationalizing against primal directives. Malin, also not wrong. Also not wrong. I mean, our ancestors were having children in the dead of winter with no antibiotics, no luxuries whatsoever, having to do everything by hand, no machines, no nothing, mammoths and lions and tigers and everything you can imagine on the hunt for our ancestors, and they were having children. Like, they weren't arguing, well, it's just not really the right time for me to have children right now because of the mammoths that might come and trample my child. They weren't having these arguments. They were going, hell yeah, let's go. Let's make as many children as we can, Got put out, so he hired and later married a maid. He did this because a woman was needed in the home. Michael, I think that is sort of bog standard, basic logic. Isvan, you're not wrong. Modern society does sometimes feel like it feels like we're all in one hell of a science experiment. And the science experiment seems to have gone wrong. But instead of us going abort, we're sort of going, no, let's just keep going. Let's see how we can screw this up. Niall, how you doing, bro? What do you think of the Twitter cutting game? If you don't know this game, just search it up. And Know Your Meme will make you know this dumb game. I have no idea what that is. No. I also think one can't be perfect, but accepting what one does, what does wrong and fixing it, or working towards fixing it makes it correct. It's not how one starts, but how one finishes. XRP, absolutely true. Science experiment? No, it's a social experiment. Well, social sciences. There's a TED talk where a psychologist lost their license for finding that single mother households increase crime rates by insane amounts. People just refuse to listen. Mylan, yeah, it turns out, but this is just one of those, one more thing that men do better than women. Because as it turns out, single mother households, children from single mother households tend to be overrepresented in prison. But children from single father homes, right, so where the father is the only parent, do just as well as their straight couple equivalents. Like, those kids are, at least from a success perspective, they do just as well. They don't become criminals. But I think I understand why. I think no matter what, right, I think it's harder to quantify the ways in which single father children fail in life, because I think what can oftentimes happen with children from single father households is a lack of necessarily emotional maturity. There could be a lack of emotional regulation that a child won't really get from his father because these are traits that the mother is supposed to instill within the child. But the thing that keeps kids out of jail, in other words, discipline, that comes from the father. And because the father is there, right, in a single father household, the child will at least get discipline. That's logical. You need the hard hand of the father. I see that all the time since women is too soft. One of the things that I have seen, come on, man, a kid just listens to a bollocking from his dad more than from his mom. That's how it is. Well, Imrop, yes, but remember, we are talking about the holistic view of a child, not just the sort of, yes, a father will be a lot more disciplined and induce a lot more discipline in the child, but mothers also play a fundamental role, right? You're supposed to have both parents because both will help. I think what oftentimes happen is, okay, this is a hot take. Get ready. Some of you might be very, very upset with me now. I don't think women were ever made to face the harshities of life alone. I think one of the key problems with a single mother, for example, is she has to not only take up the position of the parent in the household, but also the position of the provider. And work is hard, right? Going out at 8 o'clock in the morning, being there until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, then having to come home and spend time with your children, raising your children. This is tiring, right? This is very, very tiring. Stomby, how you doing? Thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate you. Thank you. And I don't think women were designed for that, right? I think this is something that can weigh a woman down. Whereas I think men are a bit more workhorses, if that makes sense. Men can take a lot, right? Men can take a lot. I was speaking to a guy last week. He works from about 7 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. He works a very hard job, like labor intensive. And then he makes a point of this every single day of his life. When he gets home, he doesn't talk about problems or anything. He gets home, he spends time with his wife, listens to her, talk to her. That's his thing. He will spend time with his wife. And then he'll spend time with his children. And I asked him, when he told me how, because he gets home, he helps his wife make food because she's busy the whole day with the kids. So when he gets home, there's still a little bit stuff left to do she's done most of the cooking, but there's still a little bit. So he'll help her with that while they'll talk and hang out. Then they'll eat together. Then he'll play with the children. Then he'll spend time with her, talking and hanging out and sort of, bonding. And I just looked at him and I said, dude, like, how? I'm tired just listening to you. As when I'm done streaming, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore, right? I want to be quiet now. And he's like, you have to, right? This is your wife. This is your children. You just have to do it. Whereas I don't think women are naturally equipped for that. It doesn't mean that they can't do it. They can do it, but I think it stretches them a little bit more thin in that regard. I think it makes it harder for them to function and to actually be happy because I will do anything for money. If you think about what her purpose was, right? Why she was built. Stomby, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate you. What God made her for, right? She was designed to be Adam's helper. This is literally what God said. He made Eve for Adam to be his helper. Doesn't make her less than Adam. She's just as important as Adam. But she's supposed to help. She's not supposed to be the one that carries all of the burden. Adam is supposed to be the one that actually carries the burden, right? He's supposed to look after nature, work the fields, bring home the bacon and all the rest of it, and she's supposed to help him. That's how it's supposed to be. So I think single mothers struggle with this. And I'm going to add one more story that I sort of think plays into it, although it's not a scientific study, but it plays into it. I think the stress of work can weigh heavier on women than what it can on men. I think men were built for that stress. We were built to sort of absorb that stress and make it our own. And I'll say why I think this. Ever since the sort of suffragette movement, ever since women have joined the workforce and en masse have adopted it, because remember, even after women were technically allowed to work, for a long time women didn't work. The first time we see mass adoption of females in the workplace is sort of around the 80s. And there's something that happens around the same time that has just been increasing. Women being more depressed, women being more medicated, women going to therapists more, female suicide. All of the worst markers for women are increasing at a somewhat alarming rate. Right? Whereas for men, the one marker we do see is that young men are committing suicide a hell of a lot higher, at higher levels than what young women are, right? But young women's suicide rates are actually increasing faster than that of young men. So clearly, young women are not doing well. And my argument would be the reason young men isn't doing well is because young women aren't doing well. Because I think women actually have a fundamental effect on men. Right? And I don't think men can function without women. I think oftentimes women underestimate their importance, but a lot of women think that their importance is in business, when in reality their importance is if you go into the workplace and want to be a girl boss, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot, because you're doing something that any man can do, right? Whereas there are things that you can do that no man can do. And that makes you a hell of a lot more important than you can imagine. Most of them are women. I think they're handling the difficulty of life pretty well. Mamas, are they? No one said that women don't work. Women work very hard. And throughout history, women have worked very hard. But it's rare, right? At least at the levels we're seeing today. Clearly something's happened. Like, if you think they're doing very well, we need to talk about the suicide rate for women. We need to talk about the depression rate for women. Because from what I can tell, women are not doing well. Now, the feminists keep telling me it's because of these ugly men. It's because of the patriarchy that women aren't doing well. And I keep going, well, when the patriarchy was supposedly at its peak, women weren't committing suicide all that often. Now that the patriarchy is being dismantled or whatever, women are committing suicide at phenomenal rates. So I'm not entirely sure. But it doesn't seem like women are doing that well. Mamas, okay. Wow. What a stupid argument. Like, holy shit. I just told you the rate of suicide is a hell of a lot higher today than what it was in the 60s. And your argument is, can we please stop putting women in the position of fixing men's problems? No one is asking you to fix men's problems. No one. You can't even fix your own problems. Why would we ask you to fix ours? Her anxiety, this is because they are supposed to have the anxiety to take care of something, too stupid to be scared. Yeah, sadly, feminism will convince a lot of women that they should go out and be girl bosses. They will go out and they will be girl bosses. They'll get to an age once, and this usually happens once the biological clock has now fully run out, where they'll realize, shit, we're not doing well, right? And now I can never fix this. Momus, okay, so I just want to be clear about this. You completely ignored everything else I said until the sentence that made your ears prick up and go, men are sad because women are sad. That's what you heard. Like, none of the other stuff I said at all. Like, you didn't hear any of that stuff. Just the stuff that you wanted to hear. This was fun. We should do this again. Oh, wow. Is feminism well-intentioned as it might... I don't think feminism was ever well-intentioned. I don't think feminism was ever well-intentioned. I think feminism was always meant to disrupt the natural order of things by people who are just evil. That's literally what it is. But no, I would highly doubt that feminism ever had the... How I know feminism did not have the interest of women at heart at the height of the suffragette movement, when women were demanding the right to vote. Only about 9% of women in the US wanted the right to vote. Most women in the US were like, nah, we cool. We don't care about this. At the height of women joining the workplace, I think it was something like 12% of women actually wanted to work. In fact, there were entire movements of women who were against the idea of women having to work because they didn't want to work, right? So the argument that feminism ever had women's interests at heart is just completely misguided and retarded. It's a group of women that were busybodies, Karens. A group of Karens that literally just... Oh, wait, we're about to get a meteor storm in 5 hours. Oh... Tell me we have enough. I don't think we have enough radiation filters. One of those 12% stupid bitches that wanted to be slave to a corpo. So I have an interesting question for you, Momus. Freedom of what? What freedom does your job give you? The ability to spend 8 hours in an office being told by a boss, a man, what you can and cannot do, only to go home to an empty apartment, go out at night and get drunk and have meaningless sex with a bunch of men that will guaranteed leave you unhappy, because we see the results of that play itself out, versus what? The freedom to not work, to basically spend your husband's money, because that's how it used to be. You could literally sign in your husband's name and he would have to pay for whatever the hell you bought. The overwhelming majority of women, I do not believe, were ever oppressed by their husbands. The overwhelming majority of women were not treated poorly by their husbands, as is referenced by the fact that most women did not want to work. Most women did not want to vote because they were perfectly happy with their lives. They weren't unhappy with how their lives were. They weren't angry with their lives. They were perfectly content. They were living the best life that they could possibly live, with a husband that was taking care of all of the bills, all of the problems. She literally just had to exist. That's it, right? I don't buy this nonsense. Free from what? What freedom do you have now? Because you don't have freedom. In fact, you're more endangered than you've ever been before. Okay, so I think this is... We'll now be able to get this at much higher rates.
You're running out of storage space. No? There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
I think I'm dying. Let's go back. Yeah, okay, we have... But how... Did I do anything special here? It doesn't feel like it. No, it shouldn't. And the vote into work was because they were very happy, and they... Moments, did you not literally just hear the statistics? The most amount of women that ever wanted to vote or work was 12%. 12%. So clearly, the vast majority of women were not, as it were, happy to work. They in fact didn't want to work at all. So I'm not sure, like, you know, but hey, you know, screw the statistics. The feelings is more important, I guess. Where's the sheep? The sheep is upstairs in the womb, but I don't think we were at the womb just now. Yeah, no, I didn't go into the womb. I don't need anything in the womb right now. What the hell is the botanist doing? Wait, how many filters do we have left? I don't even think we have filters left. Hold up, let me check. What the hell are you guys doing? So, we have in storage 3 filters. We should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine. Hopefully we can sleep a little here. Women getting the right to vote is an entirely different can of worms. Fact over feelings is kind of how we got into this mess. I think the biggest issue, I mean, we've discussed this before, but I think the biggest issue is, so first and foremost, never think for a second that women started working because women wanted to work. Women started working because very rich conglomerates wanted cheaper labor. And what could possibly make labor cheaper than doubling the workforce? And if you don't believe me, look at the current state of the world. People are still getting paid as if only one person is working, right? Because pay has not increased as much. But expenses has literally increased to the point where you need 2 people in order to even begin to try and make things work. Right? That's literally the plan. That's why they did it. And the same is true for women voting. Women didn't get the vote because, they wanted to vote. Women got the vote because it makes it easier for politicians to cater and pander towards a group. Because it's easy to pander to a group. Oh, I'm going to give you this shit. This is one of the reasons I said, and I continue to say, people who do not pay taxes should not be allowed to vote. If you don't pay taxes, you shouldn't be allowed to vote, because in the same exact way that poor people screw up politics, the addition of women in the voting pool screwed up politics. That's why you now have politicians, because women make up 50% of the electorate, that will run on these idiotic platforms that destroy society but happen to poll well with women. And because women tend to be more emotional, tend to be more sort of empathetic, these platforms work. Right? So when you don't need politicians to actually be good people. They just need to say good things. That's why Barack Obama was so incredibly popular under women. That's why women overwhelmingly vote for Democrats. Because Democratic leaders aren't good people, but they speak well. They say nice things. And that's all women want to hear is, Are you saying nice things? If you're saying nice things, I can vote for you. I don't care that you started more wars than any other president in the history of the United States. You say nice things, and that makes me like you. I don't care that you actually deported more illegal immigrants than any other president prior to you. At least you say nice things. I don't care that you gave more power to the elites and the rich than any other president before you, because you say nice things. And as long as you say nice things, I don't mind. I'll vote for you, right? Because you make me feel good. And once you have that, it doesn't matter what happens, right? Like, it doesn't matter. We can do whatever we want, because the politicians know all they have to do. And by the way, it's not just women who fall for this. There are men who fall for this as well. But it allows for them to only have to cater to that group of people, because they'll get a big chunk of women, right? And they'll get enough men to get them over the edge, right? And that's all they have to do, right? They don't have to worry about anything else. I don't give a shit about what they say. I care about what they do. And most people are like that. Generalizing 50% of the world in order to push your narrative is silly. No, it isn't. Because I didn't generalize to 50% of the population. I literally said it's not all women, but it is the majority of women, because, again, we have actual psychological studies that prove it. Women care more about empathy. Women care more about feel-good politics. That's why Democrats tend to poll better with women, even though Democrats are objectively more evil than their Republican counterparts, looking at what they do, not what they say, because Democrats say nice things. They do. They come up with bills like net neutrality, which makes people feel good. But when you actually read the bill, you go, wait, this basically creates monopolies for all of the biggest fiber providers in America, which means no other company will ever threaten their monopoly ever again. But because it sounds good, it works, right? And that's really all you need. I'll give you actual statistics if you need them. Around about the 70s, I believe, that marketing people figured out, if you want to sell products, don't market to men, because it's actually super hard to market to men. Market to women, because it's not that hard to market to women. If you market to women, you'll eventually just convince men to also go for it, because that's what women want. But it's much easier to market to women than what it is to market to men. And this is all statistical. So I hear this way of thinking, well, you know what, Momus? It makes me proud to know that you don't like what I'm saying. That makes me proud, right? Because it means that I'm on the right track. It means that I'm saying the things that need to be said. My only hope can be that you will wake up and realize how much you've been lied to and how much you've been misled. That's the only thing I can hope for. Because you are allowing your politicians and the society around you to lead you to destruction. You're allowing it. In fact, you're voting for it. And you're gleefully marching towards it because you don't know the statistics. You don't know what is statistically going on around you. You seem to be completely unaware of the fact that we have a crisis of female suicides. We have a crisis of female depression. We have a crisis of females in therapy. No one, not a single boss bitch, tends to think that we have a serious problem when almost 50% of women report to be in therapy, and that number is increasing. We're not making women happier. All of these moves that we're pulling, all of these things that we're doing, is not leading to happier women. So why is it not leading to happier women? why isn't it? Momus, I couldn't care less, right? What you say or what you don't say. What I don't understand is why your words don't match reality. Because you seem to think you're on the right track, except all of the data says you're not on the right track. All of the data suggests that you are wrong. Because if you were right, we would see women becoming happier. We would see female suicide go down. We would see the world becoming a better place. But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing everything trend downwards, and yet you're the one who's going, well, we just need more of this. So, in marketing for several years, most of our customers and even staff were women in order to cater specifically to the target group. As you said, men are more pragmatic when buying goods, women are targeted more because emotional manipulation is easier done. Apollo, I literally have family members that also work in marketing, and it's literally what they're taught. You want to work towards women because they're easier to manipulate. If you can convince them to buy just about anything. And once you've convinced them, because they do most of the shopping, you've got the men as well, because the men will pretty much just use whatever their wives buy. And for cars even, they'll now advertise more towards women because men will buy cars that they think women want. So that's also a way. Because basically, men just want women, and if you can convince a man that this is what a woman wants, then they'll go for that. Which is sort of your only play with men. Otherwise, you're going to have to convince the guy that he actually needs the thing. And so they don't even waste their time with that. Again, statistically, this is what the stats play out. If you don't believe the stats, that's fine. But, you know, I wouldn't say that's an intelligent position to hold. Bluetooth and it's marketed to men? Probably. Just call it a gadget, and you'll probably have a lot of men interested in it. Dude, how long is this magnetic storm gonna go for? Like, holy crap. Holy crap. Okay, we are in trouble, boys. We are in trouble. No. I think... yeah, we need radiation filters.
Now? Make sure you have all the important.
What are we? Oh, wait. What are we missing? What are we missing? We have 3 of these. I just don't know how long this is going to last for. Wasn't told like that, but I have experienced it, unfortunately, several times. For example, one of the products that we had to deal with were packaging materials. Sales went up when we targeted women due to ads showing women interacting with the product. Yeah. I think one of the problems very often, and it is sort of, it's sad, but it is the case at the moment at least, I think, is that a lot of people hear this and they think that there's an argument being made about value, right? So they think you're making a value argument, when in reality there's nothing. It's not a value argument. Women is just as valuable as men. It's an order argument, right? The argument is about order and allowing for order to exist, establishing order within the world. And that is oftentimes the thing that most people completely miss.
There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
Yeah, you can go. I wonder if we have enough now. We should do. That's 4. I think. Okay. Damn it. I'm gonna have to go out again, and I... Yeah, go here. Oh, wait, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Wait, the storm is gonna increase even more? How am I supposed to get rid of this crap? Oh, dude. This is nuts. Someone needs to help me. I don't know what to do. No, I don't like the site on this. Use your filters, chat by default. It seems to me that you are trapped on a world orbiting a red dwarf star. So this is a triple star system that we're in. But I get what you're trying to do. Nice one, Momus. Nice one. You're trying to say, I will save you some time here. I am conservative. I'm pretty far to the right. And I am a Christian. So I'm a Christian conservative. I do not like the Saitlanders because I think they're just racists. And I don't necessarily view my world through the lens of race. But outside of that, I will absolutely make one thing super clear. I think you and I will disagree on literally every single element of society. In fact, just based on our short interaction here, my argument would be that you are very much part of the problem in society. Because I think you're a liberal white woman, which makes a lot of sense to your beliefs because, well, you basically all believe exactly the same shit. But then also the fact that you are probably one of the biggest threats to society, but you don't know that. I wonder... Should be fine. Calcinator, how you doing? I miss your WoW content. I haven't played WoW in a long time. Oh wait. I just realized, chat. We don't have any research. I definitely need to go for this. Wait, what? Oh, I have to go for this first and then I can go for that. Okay. Let's do medium storage. I kind of need medium storage. But then I also need a gem. You don't like women, or rather you don't like women who don't agree with your very strange ideas. No, I love women. I have no problem with women. I don't like women who destroy society. There is a big difference, right? But no, ordinary women are great. They're perfectly fine, perfectly nice. It's that cheap Timo, Cabo Fultons you buy that's not lasting. XRP, I can't build any better right now, right? I'm trying to build better, and I can't. Momus, I never said that women aren't allowed to be themselves. I can tell you, right, what is wrong with society and still allow for you to perfectly have your own opinions about stuff. Like, that's not where it is. And this is, I think, your fundamental problem here is that you think I'm advocating for some kind of top-down rule set. So in other words, what I'm saying is we should absolutely stop all women from partaking in society right this second. I realize this is your first time here, right? I realize that. But we've had this conversation before. And my argument then, as my argument is now, the cat's out of the bag, right? The genie's out of the bottle. There's no way of putting it back. We can't reverse this anymore. So we have to figure out a way to move forward from this position. Because you can't just go now and say to every single woman, no more work for you, right? That's going to cause chaos and it's unfair. You can't do that. So we have to figure out how it works. But in order to figure out the problem, we have to at least acknowledge the mistakes, right? The mistakes were made. And by acknowledging the mistakes, hopefully, we can ensure that we make better decisions for the future. So no, I am not, in fact, trying to advocate the rights of women away. I have plenty of women in my chat, I have plenty of women in my community who know that I have no interest in legislating anyone's rights away. But I do believe that it is super important that when we argue, we go from a factual position and we actually discuss things from a factual position. Just got you. What's this game about? Grill, how you doing, sir? And then the Grey Hour. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. This isn't for you, Stefan, but why you block me? Was something I said? Thought we could be friends, but guess my baseness ain't for you. Okay, so it isn't for me. I didn't block you, right? The Grey Hour, just to be sure. Because I see you didn't. You did say it wasn't for me. I just want to be sure. How do you keep finding these people? Cost them finding which people? Momus, no. Okay, so this is where you make your fundamental. You seem to think that women had no freedom. You seem to live in this world where there was a time where women were indentured servants to men. Which isn't true because it's not happening now. If men wanted women to be indentured servants, right? So let's just quickly run the thought experiment here. Imagine if all men tomorrow decided no more rights for women. Do you think you women could stop them? You wouldn't be able to do shit. If men decided tomorrow, no more rights for women, you will lose every single right you've ever had. It'll be taken away from you within seconds. Because men are stronger, faster, more aggressive, and way better at war than what women are. So you will be subjugated, as we've seen throughout all of human history. This is why no matriarchal tribes have ever actually existed, and why we don't read of these tribes, because if there were matriarchal tribes throughout history, they were almost certainly subjugated and destroyed by male tribes, or patriarchal tribes. So that's just never existed. The fact that it isn't happening right now, the fact that men aren't en masse taking away your rights or trying to destroy your lives, it's because they don't want to. It's because none of us hate women. None of us think that women shouldn't have rights. None of us think that women should be enslaved. And no one ever thought that. No one ever thought that. I bet you if you go throughout history, you will find that men always cared about women. Men always loved women, and men always cared about what makes women happy. Always. It's why men were the ones dying on the other side of the wall, while the women and children were safe inside. The idea, right, that I or any other man just doesn't want women to have rights, it is absolutely insane. Because it has nothing to do with rights. You and I are having a fundamental disagreement about what women used to have. I don't think women ever didn't have rights. I think women were always free. I think there's a new sort of trend in the world where women read the history through a feminist lens and then convince themselves that, oh, men at one point were these tyrannical bastards that just kept us locked up and we couldn't do anything. Momus, okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you saying, right, and I want you to be super, super clear about this. Are you saying that the only reason women are divorcing at higher rates than men is because they're unhappy in their marriages and they simply want equality? Is that the only reason you can think of? This is such a. I mean, someone should record this conversation. Oh, mansplaining. Not actually a thing, but okay. And why would you not have another chance? Unlike you, Momus, I don't block people. You have to be either very, very racist or absolutely retarded, which you are, but not in a bad way specifically, for me to block you. Outside of that, I don't block people. I allow people to speak their minds because I actually do believe in freedom of speech. Contrary to popular belief, I think women should be allowed to speak, even if it makes them sound retarded. Wow, mansplaining first time I heard those words? Oh yeah, it's devastating, isn't it? I'm a mansplainer. Boys, I've arrived. Can you believe it? Lol. Single married mother, that is one reason. Emotional overload, needing to work, take care of the house, not being listened to, and a lot of other stuff, but that's sort of what it comes down to. Okay, so you're saying that's the only reason? No other reason for it? Do you think, just give me sort of like a percentage chance. Do you think that there's at least some reason to the fact that a woman could go from being married and being responsible to another human being, having to compromise with another human being, because marriage is super hard, right? It's not easy, to being single and without any worries in the world, but also be financially completely secure, never having to work again. Do you think that could at least play some role in the amount of women initiating divorce? Or do you think that it's always only because men are super shit and women just want equality? Because I'll tell you why I ask. Every single country in the world, at least Western countries in the world, their divorce laws are such that a woman is automatically favored over a man. So immediately, as soon as a woman initiates divorce, on average, about 9 out of 10 times, she will get everything she asks for in that divorce, including half of the man's money and assets, including a paycheck every single month that takes care of her and maybe any children that she might be walking away with. So could that be a factor at all? Or do you think, no, it's just only because men are shit and women are innocent little victims that just want equality? So this conversation when I was just 40 years old. You don't have equality in marriage. You have supremacy. You can divorce a man and take everything he had and get away with it. Let's see how reviews will change. I mean, yeah, we'll see, right?
Are you okay? Honestly? No. I think I'm done with all this. I give up.
Oh, crap.
Where's this coming from? I can't go on pretending to be fine anymore. Everyone's so depressed. One disaster followed by another.
Momus, I'm not the one who made a fundamental claim, right? I simply asked you because you said, well, we can go back to what you said, Momo, if it's a problem for you, right? So we can quickly go back to what you said, right? They want equality in marriage. If they are both working, then both should do household chores. But this isn't what's happening. People are getting overloaded in marriage and struggling to cope. So you are the one that made a fundamental claim that women are initiating divorce because men are shit. Right? That was you that made that claim, not me. I simply asked you if you could see perhaps maybe another reason for it. If just maybe. Maybe you could go, I wonder if there's another reason why women are initiating divorce at higher levels than men. Could it have anything to do with the fact that if a man gets divorced, he gets absolutely ruined. But a woman gains. Marriage, at least in the West, is fundamentally a game where a woman will walk out with more money than what she walked in. And that might have something to do with it, no? That is a big reason from what women say. Okay, Momus, but just so long as you and I are clear, there might be other reasons for it. Now, do you think a woman is like to just say, oh yeah, no, I just divorced my husband because the paycheck? Do you think that's something a woman would say openly, honestly? Or do you think it would be more something like, well, he never cared about me, he didn't do any of the chores, and that's why I divorced him? Even if, for example, it's because of the other thing, the money thing. It means they're not happy when married. So if women need something from, but from a marriage and they don't get it, they get divorced. So they're not happy in marriage, or they should be happy in marriage. So Momus, you're the one who said that women aren't happy in marriage, except the overwhelming majority of women stay married. It's actually not true that most marriages end in divorce. Most marriages, they stay married. So most women are mega happy in their marriages. So your very argument there, you're making the argument because most women initiate divorce. This means that men are shit because men aren't giving women what they need in a marriage. Most women do, in fact, stay married. So most women are, in fact, very happy, right? It doesn't matter. We're going to run the logic here, Momus. You need to run the logic alongside me. You're the one who makes the argument. So let's track the logic. Let me mansplain this to you, okay? Most women who get married, so out of 100 women who just got married, 80 of them will never get divorced. So 80 are super happy with their marriage. 20 of them will get divorced. Of the 20 that gets divorced, the number at the moment is roughly 70 to 80% are the ones initiated by women, right? So let's say of the 20 that get divorced, about 16 of them are initiated by women. Of that 16, let's be fair. Let's be charitable and say that 50% of those were initiated because the man truly is just, and I'm not discounting the fact that there are some terrible men out there, because there are. The man is just an absolute slob. And I'd say the other 50% are getting divorced because paycheck, we're going to get some big moolah here. I wasn't ready for marriage or all that stuff. I just want to live my life and have fun, right? So that leaves you with 8. 8 out of 100 women who got divorced because the man was genuinely shit and a bad guy. Another 8 who got divorced purely because, hey, party time. Another sort of 4 or 5 who got divorced because the man wanted to get a divorce. Maybe also he had a girl on the side and he wanted to hook up with her. But 80 of 100 women did not get divorced. 80 of 100 women were perfectly happy in their marriage, and the men that they married, provided perfectly for them. No, Momus, this is actually not true. Because you're basing it on the divorce rate, which is 50%. 1 in 2. 1 in 2 marriages end in divorce. Except the overwhelming majority of divorces that are done worldwide are done by people who are called serial divorcees. So these are people who get divorced all the time. They get married too soon and then get divorced too soon. When you get married, you have an 80% chance of your marriage being perfectly fine. Right? So even there, your argument wouldn't work. Your arguments don't work on any of the levels that you yourself provide. All marriages end in either divorce or death. Death would be preferable. Death would be preferable. It's just, what's always interesting to me is when you talk to certain people, specifically feminists, how women are these absolute girl bosses that can do anything a man can do, can absolutely take on the world, no questions asked. except they can never take responsibility for anything. Like, nothing that goes wrong in this world is ever the fault of women. They're girl bosses and they're absolutely in charge of their own realities. Except when anything goes wrong, then it is automatically the fault of men, and men should be the ones to take responsibility for their actions. That is the most girl bossing you can ever have. There are the Black Widow type of women, serial killers. I think we also have to look on the other side. People don't even get married anymore. How can you build something when people don't want to commit to even get married? Just a failure of society in general. I find it a little boring. Here's your friend, to be fair. I wonder if we've researched. Oh, crap. Okay, we have to start moving. It's not telling me exactly. Wait, this is nuts. I think we're about to get scrapped here. Just FYI. I don't think we're going to make it, boys. I don't think we're going to make it. See, we've done no research. Why have we not done any research? I think I understand why. I think we've wasted too much time. And there it is. We must go and hold her ground, and so they bail. X-Ray, let people go. I don't really care. I lost interest in the debate a while ago already. I think we've wasted too much time here, boys. I think we wasted too much time doing stuff that didn't matter. See, the problem is we need a rupidium. Let's go to the workshop and see what we have here. We need to build a rupidium container, but I don't know even how to do that. Where the hell would we build a rupidium container? Maybe here? Build. This. Wait, why can't we build this? Oh. Alright, I gotcha. I think. Let's quickly go here. Is it lecture more than anything? Well, that's just how people are, no? Okay.
Should I do this now?
I think we have it, boys. I think we have it. I think we have it.
All done. Should I take care of this now?
What is that? Yeah. Alright, here we go. Rupidium model. Rupidium arc. Damn, that's too big. Where do I put this? Chat, we have a problem. I need your help. Let's see. Okay, hold up. Maybe. Yeah, I can put that there. Okay, that should do the trick, but we need one more. Please tell me I have... No, I don't have an elevator. What do you mean? That's fine, we can discard. I need more. So you're forced to come with a higher base level in life? Well, there's a number of things that they force you to do in this bloody game, dude. Like, trust me.
Should I move there?
This game... I'll explain in a second. Let me just fix this issue that we have at the moment. Because I think... I don't know if we can survive this, to be quite frank. Actually, I know for a fact I'm not going to survive this. Why can't I connect? Damn it. What did I do wrong? You know, I want to build this. Okay, that works. For now, at least. A rubidium arc. But cost exceeds organic tank capacity.
Looks like I'm done. Should I go there next?
Is one of you actually researching anything? Okay, we're researching base expansion. Put the arc next to the QC. My biggest problem now isn't even that, bro. My biggest problem is this. So, right now, just based on what we have here, we can't move. Are you thinking about making more Warhammer content? A problem is probably not anytime soon, but I might eventually. Men are more likely to ruin a relationship until their wife divorces them. Seen it plenty of times. Men often don't want to be the one officially responsible for the divorce. I don't know about that, though. I don't know. I think there's a lot of problems within modern-day marriages that I think is difficult to really... I think difficult to put into action, if that makes sense. And we're probably going to have to sacrifice some of the storage. Even though the storage is sort of important. Okay, we're almost... Cost exceeds organic tank capacity. What do you mean? Oh, I only have 300. Well, maybe we'll be able to expand it a little bit more. Okay, but now we can call. So let's go call them quickly, boys.
Should I take care of this now?
Yeah, go. Okay, boys. We might be able to follow the story here. Report building the Ark.
Hello, Dulski here.
Jan, tell me you did it. Tell me you have the Ark.
I did it.
Well done. Now, all we need to do is bring it home safely. Are you making progress with that obstacle of yours?
I'm still looking for a way out.
Give me the bridge.
I don't want to cause panic, but you better hurry.
I'm gonna need your help.
It would have gone way faster if I didn't have to build that damn Ark for you.
Do you really think it's just a whim for me?
It can get me killed. No, but it's a career booster.
I wouldn't call it a whim, but it can obviously be a career booster for you.
Career? Apparently you don't know very much about me, or my career. Why don't you relate to yourself a little more?
Well...
Imagine coming back without Rubidium, and having to face the thought, what if I hadn't given up? Would you live with yourself while the world would deteriorate before your eyes?
Boys.
Because you put your sorry ass first.
Alright. Point taken.
What if we are Maxwell? See, Vince, yeah, what if we are an alter of Maxwell? Do we have people in chat at the moment that is very lost about this game? That doesn't understand anything we're doing here at the moment? Passive aggressive idiot. And if that's not wrong, but it doesn't trust a guy called Terrence Maxwell. Yeah, you've made your objections to this guy very clear on Saturday. I have no idea what's going on. All right. Is there anyone else in chat that has not played this game yet that would like a little bit of an update, just very quickly, before we continue? The Grey Hour is just about the game, but if you don't have a clue about life, you can also ask about that. First time I see that game, but it's interesting. I'm not really in the know, but I got the vague outline of events. So it's more than a resource management. You'll see in a second. Okay, let me finish this conversation and then I'll explain everything to you. Okay?
And how's my rescue team progressing?
They'll be on time, Jan. Just make sure you are. Do what it takes to make your way to the other side of the planet. And leave the rest to me.
I'm gonna need your help.
What can I do for you?
I need blueprints for superconductive bridge anchors from Project Versant.
Versant? But how do you know about that?
My scientist Alter told me.
A scientist? Really? First I learned you read Camus. Now that you could have become a scientist, who on top of it all seems to be familiar with aborted scientific programs unknown to the public.
Aborted? Are you sure?
Yes.
Awesome, take care of yourself, sir.
Project Versant was terminated years ago due to lack of satisfactory results.
But my scientist said they developed some tech.
My word. Are you saying that he thinks it still exists? That's fascinating. Your scientist must have been part of it somehow.
Okay.
And in his reality, the program was a success. That's amazing, Jan. You do understand what I'm saying, right?
I'm more fucked up than I thought. Yeah, I did mention an undergraduate student of his who went to work for the program.
Yeah. He did mention an undergraduate student of his who went to work for the program.
The proverbial flap of the butterfly's wings. It must feel incredible to realize such a universe-bending potential in your life path.
All I'm hearing is that you don't have my blueprints.
No, I'm sorry. They simply don't exist. But there is still something we can do.
What now?
I have an idea.
What's the idea?
It's a long shot, but it might be all we have.
All right.
Project Versant did leave behind unfinished drafts. Crisscrossed formulae, discarded calculations, the usual scribbles of a scientific stream of consciousness at work. For what it's worth, I'll ask Lucas to send it over to your terminal. Maybe that resourceful alter of yours can put it to good use.
I don't have much time.
Oh, okay. It's better than nothing, I guess.
I have to say, Jan, I'm beginning to see more and more potential in this situation of yours. I hope we speak soon. Good luck, as always.
Okay, so to quickly show you guys what's going on here, all right? So these guys that you see here, this is my DNA timeline. This one here, straight through, start to finish. These snakes that you see here are alternating life paths. So these are moments in my life. For example, here, right? In my life, the guy that I play, I went away from home. I left home. I ran away. So if I go in, you can see here, you promised yourself you'd get out of there. You have to keep that promise. You can't waste your life. It's not something she'd want. And you can still visit her a little less often maybe, but you will visit her. In this one, you decided to stay behind. So you didn't leave, you stayed. You locked the door to your room and turned the music up. You're so fed up with these constant shouting. Is this what you rejected college for? So in this one you went to college, and this one you didn't go to college. So things change. And this means that you have a new path in front of you now. With new ways of playing the game. And you make characters from this. Like, for example, this guy is a refiner. This guy is a miner. You make characters out of these snaking arcs that then allow you to play the game. That's the basic. We're stuck on a planet. For those of you not sure. Okay, let's go down to the scientist here. Where the hell is my scientist, dude? Hello? Oh, it's more down? Really? Yeah, it's more down. Okay. Branching timeline theory? Pretty much. I have news about your blueprints.
So, I have news about the Anchor blueprints you asked for? I certainly hope so, because I just saw something come in from mining ops, and it looks like a bad joke. Did you precisely ask for bridge anchor blueprints?
This is all they could give us? Amateurs, I'm sorry, but the program you mentioned doesn't exist.
Sorry to break this to you, but the program you mentioned doesn't exist. This is all they came up with before they were terminated. Terminated? But why? Lack of results. Looks like they didn't get anywhere without that student of yours. Results, huh? You mean an outcome that only exists in my fake memories? Huh. No wonder what I got looks more like the musings of a madman than serious work. There's no way I can make anything out of it. We just don't have the time.
Okay, now what? Get to work or we're screwed. I know it's imperfect, but I believe in you.
Look, I know it's not perfect, but I believe in you. Just think. They came up with this thing only because you existed. It's gotta mean something. Well, if you put it that way, I can try.
Okay, let's hope he can fix this shit for us. Am I gonna have to research this now? I'm gonna have to research this. Okay. This is such high priority, and my guy is so screwed. What do we have? What do we need? What do we have? What do we need? Wait, is it less alternate reality, more advanced simulation of memories to make a clone with different traits? I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea. A genuine question, I have no idea. Or genuine answer, I have no idea. I think the game is... I think it's trying to push a bit more... Oh, crap. I think the game is trying to at least push.
What is this?
Oh.
Another anomaly? It looks... out of this world.
But what is it? How am I supposed to get there? Hello? What the hell? It says it's an anomaly, but I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with this anomaly. Chat, what are we supposed to do? Ask the scientist. I don't think the scientist can tell us anything. I also feel like I'm dying. Put your finger in it? I wish I could. Like, I would actually do that right now. Like, no joke. I would literally do that right now. Yeah, I'm coming. Who's asking to be seen? Oh, we have another call. What now?
Lucas, what's up now? Kind of busy here.
I know. It's that I've only just learned the big news. You managed to build one. A Rapidium mark.
Man, I don't have time for this.
Congrats. That's really heavy stuff.
Thanks for appreciation. Or for appreciating. Yeah, it's important. I got that. Let's not be a bitch.
I just need to get it back to Earth now.
Oh, yeah. And how are you doing down there?
Like, Caleb, what's a Kentucky Ballistics reference? I'm on the right track. It's a mace. Just leave me to it.
Just leave me to it, okay? Talking won't help much.
Of course. You know what you're doing.
Why do I get the feeling you want something from me?
Well, it's not that I want something.
So?
I just thought, well, it really can make a difference if you bring back one arc, or, well, more. Since you already have the outpost in place, you know? All the infrastructure.
Oh my goodness. A difference? What difference?
What's in it for you and your boss?
Oh, no, it's not like that. This is my initiative. I just think that... Look, we both work for a corporation, and it's only fair we're delivering the Rapidium to them. But it doesn't mean we can only feed the big fish, you know? We're all connected, in a way. Like, if there's pain in the little finger, the whole body feels it. That's just my personal opinion.
Another one of Grandma's sayings.
Let me guess. Your grandma used to say that?
No, actually, I read that somewhere.
Sounds like socialism to me.
What difference will it
True.
make if I bring more, say 2 Rapidium marks instead of 1, or even, I don't know, 5? There still won't be enough for everyone.
But there will be more for everyone. Independent startups, NGOs, research labs. There's this subsidy program that warrants a share for them in case of success. And even if it's only a small share for a small number of them, it's gonna mean one thing. Diversification, Mr. Dolsky. That always serves people.
Okay. No promises, but I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Mr. Dolsky. It really means a lot to me. And to so many others, I'm sure.
No
What?
problem.
Wow.
By the way, can you quit with that Mr. Dolsky crap? My name is Jan.
Oh. Okay, Jan. Yeah, cool. I'm Lucas, in case you wanna, you know.
I caught that, Lucas. No worries.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, good luck with the Rapidium, Jan.
Thanks, bro.
I'm L7 out. For now.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. You really didn't help at all. Now, of course, the bigger question is, are we going to be done in time? We're not very close. Who wanted to see us? Jan the technician. Now, where's the technician? Up. Well, people from companies never help you, so it is to be expected. True. In fact, only added about industrialization pressure to my already messy program. How many of you are playing this game or have played this game already? Or are you guys just sort of waiting? Most of you, no idea what's going on here.
Hey, you wanted to discuss something. Yeah. I want to know when you started being such a pushover. What? You heard me. I'm not blind. I can see the workload pile up. And you, eager to take new orders.
Wow, the Grayer, so this is all on me. I'm only doing what I want. I'm not in a good negotiating position.
Well, I'm not exactly in the best negotiating position. Using illegal technology to save my life, creating my altars. I'd better have a good justification for that. So they're threatening you. Even better. Like I said, I don't have much choice. Maxwell's in charge here. Yeah, so was Dad. The man of the house. I thought you regretted not standing up to him. Looks like you didn't learn much. That's a little below the belt.
He's a bitch.
You're right. Sorry, this place is getting to me.
Ow!
All I'm saying is, we should do something just for ourselves. Something not work-related, not productive in any way. Like what? Well, there's a social room module available in this base. We could start with that. I bet it has a beer pong table. Yeah, see? A smile on your face. Let's build a place where we can chill out and play beer pong, and then, after I've beaten you, we can talk more serious stuff. What do you say?
I don't care. You're never beating me?
Maybe later, when there's time. Yeah. After you finish running errands for Maxwell.
Bro, it's not that. It's that I have another guy that's literally on the verge of killing himself. It looks okay, but not my cup of tea. Beer's your friend. Why? What is your cup of tea? Let me ask you that. BG Smith, how you doing, sir? BG Smith, if I'm not mistaken, I think I read your comment. I think I read it last night. Depending on, of course, when you made the comment. Let me just quickly see. No, everything's perfect. Thank you so much for asking. Just quickly. Yeah, PG Smith, I read your comment literally last night, and I thought it was a super interesting comment. So your comment will be included, I promise, in next week's or this week's podcast, because it was a very interesting comment. I read it last night about the AI in Clear Obscure. Really full. That was needed. Oh, the altars. It's out. I did not pay attention. Niara, how dare you? What did you eat? We on games now? Grofile, we are on games now, yes. Although, I think we're gonna have to start over because I have a feeling we've wasted way too much time here. And I think we're gonna die. Oh, what now? Yep. We're about to die.
Yeah, sure. Let's work ourselves to death.
Okay, we should take a day off. The alters argue about taking a day off. One of them believes they should treat themselves to a whole free day. The other fears that wasting so much time would slow them down too much. Refuse to give the alters a day off. I can't afford it. I literally cannot afford this. Buzzing with Pesto, and I'm playing Dune a bit. I got absorbed. Nice. I still have to play Dune, but right now I'm having way too much fun with the alters. So the choice is death or death sooner. Pretty much. But we have low morale. Like, very low morale. Actually, let's just give them the day off and then I'll go research. Wait, I can't do research? I should be able to, no? Hello? No! This is the one thing in this thing that I can't do? Oh. Right. We have a problem, boys. We have a significant problem here. We go to tasks. What do we have here? Talk to the altar. Tell the scientist about the odd distortion. Keeping fit. Craft dumbbells in the workshop. Build second rubidium arc. Build a social room. Let's go build... I don't know if we have... Let's build some dumbbells.
Hey man, we're running out of storage space. There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there? Need to do this?
You guys are having the day off? Like, what the hell? Okay, he should not be angry with us now, because I just built his shit. Yeah, research is too high.
I have something for you. The exercise equipment you asked for. Awesome, man. I knew I could rely on you.
Here we go. We fixed him.
Babies out.
Are you feeling better?
Are you feeling better? Yeah, I am. I got carried away a bit.
We fixed him.
Thanks for keeping a cool head. It helped a lot. Happy to hear that. Now, let's make sure we survive, okay? You can count on me.
Whose message did I miss? Wait, whose message did I miss? Z Vengeance? What was your message about, Z Vengeance? What did you type? Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to go do this instead. Linktree on YouTube still has the Borg Twitch link.
Should I do this now? There's nothing more to do. Should I move there? Looks like I'm done. Should I go there next?
Linktree is still broken. Okay, I'll check it out. Linktree on YouTube. Oh, man. Yeah, I haven't really played around with Linktree all that much because I barely use it. Now what? Oh, man.
Lucas, what is it now?
Hey, Jan. Sorry to bother you again, but there's this thing you need to take care of ASAP.
Other than Rapidium?
Yes. Your wife, ex-wife.
Lena? What happened?
Oh, nothing. It's just that, someone from the board informed her about your status, and it's gotten a little nervy. You know she can't find out about the altars, right?
I know that. I'm not stupid.
Good. Great. Still, the thing is, she's asking around, trying to find out things herself, so... Can you just please tell her not to? You know, next time she calls.
Tell her to... Yeah, that's a good one.
Imagine telling a woman not to do something. How do you think that's gonna go?
Especially if it's coming from my mouth.
Oh. Well, then maybe just... I don't know, reassure her? Like, say everything is fine and you need focus time, stuff like that?
You don't get it. I'd really love to do what you're asking, but Lena, she's a handful, stubborn, and I get lost in her crazy logic.
Yep, Niara.
Oh, that sucks. Still, we definitely need to solve this problem. Hey, how about this? Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but what if maybe there's an alter of yours out there who would know how to talk to her?
What? You mean...
Yeah. Someone, a you who knows how to handle her crazy logic.
Huh. Interesting.
Just give it a shot, Jan. We really can't let anyone find out. It's for your own good.
You guys seem to be worrying about my good a lot.
I hope you don't doubt that, Jan. I gotta go offline now. Best of luck. L7 out.
I just don't... Oh, man. Who the hell is the good husband here, though? I don't remember any of these guys being good husbands. Let's see. It's different with her? How do you... Oh, yeah. Am I good enough? New opportunities, better prospects. Research comes first. You give Lena a wave as she walks you to the bus for the airport. She's gonna be fine. It's only a few months. Okay, so this one comes to drifting apart. So the scientist, definitely not the right guy. Because he breaks up with her. But when did you and her break up? You held on. This is it. Where she goes, you follow. Ah, so the botanist is the good guy. We should get the botanist. Because look, you decided to leave her. Right? You decided to go. But he decided to never let go of her. So the botanist is our dude. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna have to try and get the botanist to speak to her. Like a little bitch. Where is the botanist? Either you should have to work hard as hell to keep her off. Molly is a sheep, the gray hour.
I'm not afraid of hard work. That's a start. So, next time she calls... What? You're in touch with her? Here? Yeah. Why else would I be asking? Okay, so, you know what? If you really want my help, you should... Let me talk to her for you. What? Yeah, that's a great plan. Can't you see? I can pretend to be you and, investigate the situation. Investigate? Yeah, find out what the real problem between you two is, as an unbiased onlooker. Unbiased, huh? Oh, come on. You know this is a good idea.
I do not think so. I do not think this is a good idea, but I mean, we've made every other mistake, so we may as well make this one too.
All right, then. Let's give it a go. But no mention of your real identity. Understood? Of course. I'm not stupid. And
You're
you need to know
Gardner.
everything's fine, okay? Reassure her. Sure. Just let me know when she calls again. I'll be ready.
Okay. I made a curious discovery.
I made a curious discovery. Another distortion? I don't know. It was different this time. It didn't look dangerous, no radiation. Actually, it didn't do anything. But it caught your attention. It's like nothing I've seen before. It must have something in common with the other distortions. Question is, are they the cause or the reason of so much rupidium here?
I'd like to study them more.
I'd like to study them more.
Yeah.
So would I. And for that, we'll have to design our own tools. Do you have anything specific in mind? Let me think about it. I need to look through Professor Frankoff's lectures, as well as notes from other expeditions. We have a theory. I just need to find a way to put it into practice.
Yara, they want you to join the police? American police or French police?
Do you manage to recreate the blueprints? Believe it or not, I did.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of us. I knew you would.
I knew you would. I can't say that didn't motivate me. I don't often thank people, but thanks for believing in me. Anyway, now it's all down to getting those anchors in place. You'll need a specific type of superconductive polymer to build them. More work. Great. I choose to be deaf to your sarcasm. So, where do I get these polymers from? They can be produced in a refinery. Good thing you already built one. You can set up production at once. Let me warn you, it's a time-consuming process, so you'd better step on it. But I believe in you. Huh. Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
What about his? Are we not going to argue about his sarcasm? He just said he believes in us, but he doesn't believe in us. He's a lying piece of shit. Now, have I not created polymers already? No. So then, how do we make this? Polymers. A new roster called polymers is required to build the bridge anchors. You can create polymers in the fire by combining organic matter. I don't know if that's even like I don't what? Yeah, I don't have enough of this. Now what? Tell me it's not the Oh, boys, it's the bitch. Where's the botanist? Downstairs. Go talk to him.
It's seriously comforting that we're securing so much rupidium. Yeah, one important task duly addressed.
Botanist, bitch. Help. Dude. I can't speak to him. There we go. Can I speak to you? Any chance I can speak to you? Apparently no. So I guess I just answer. Maybe it does it automatically. No. Summon the botanist to talk to Leo now. Are we doing this, boys? Yes, Niara. They're, well, not clones. Not quite clones. Alters. Not quite clones. Oh, what now?
It seems important to her. Why did you go?
Vote, chat. Which one do you think? Why did we go? Were we a little cuck bitch? Did we do it to impress her? Did we do it because we just wanted to live our life? Or is it none of his business? What are we doing, chat? What's your hunch, Z Vengeance? What's your hunch? I need to go pee. I'll be right back. All right, boys, we back. What poll? HRP. So the thing is, this is Twitch integration. So it, for those of you on YouTube, yeah, I always wash my hands. The gray hour. For those of you on YouTube, you can just tell me 1, 2, and 3, and I'll check what you guys are saying. But sadly, YouTube doesn't have integration like Twitch does, because on Twitch I just hit V and it does what it needs to do. But if you want to partake on YouTube, you're more than welcome to just go 1, 2, or 3, and I will run that. I wish YouTube will eventually get their own integrations and stuff for streaming. I did it for myself. I did it to impress her. That's none of your business. So none of you think I should say that's none of your business. Interesting. You, pussies. Absolute pussies. But I do like the fact that you guys are taking it seriously. So we'll go with, I did it for myself.
Needed to go somewhere far away, get away from it all, from, you know, everything. So I did it for myself, I guess. You're making it hard to help you. Can't you see that it's not the moment you signed the contract she's upset about? It's about what led to that moment. And I can't tell you what it was because we branched apart long before that. Yeah. And maybe that's the moment you should focus on. Think about when you took a different path and why. How's that gonna make her less angry at me? Once you put your finger on the problem, get back to me. We'll figure it out. Promise.
Dude, that must be so wild. Having your own self discuss stuff with you. Can you imagine that? Does Streamlabs not have that function? Not. So this isn't a Streamlabs function. It's a game function. If you go into the settings here, see here that the game itself connects to Twitch. XRP. So I'm not doing this through like I don't use Streamlabs, but I'm not doing this like through Stream Elements or anything like that. It's just sort of it's just for fun. I don't always do what chat wants. Oh, when did we finish this? So let's do base expansion. I think it's sleep time now. I don't think there's anything else we can do, right? But I think we're too late. We're gonna die. Jay vs. Evil, how you doing, sir? Sunrise in 8 days. Boys, it's done. We're late. I don't think we're making this. I don't think we're making this.
There's an issue we need to discuss. Let's meet.
Of course, there's an issue we need to discuss. I don't know why there wouldn't be an issue we need to discuss. My alters are having a day off. Now? You have no idea. You have no idea. This base is one of the most annoying things about this base is I will literally have things broken down everywhere, and then my guys are having they're having a break or whatever. And it's like, bro, now is not the time. Now is not the time. Okay, we have to get to this.
We're running out of storage space, you know?
No. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. We don't have storage space for this? No. How do I get rid of resources, boys? We have so much trouble. Oh, so we have to get rid of it like this. Keep reassuring them and they form a union. Oh boy. Okay, I think we need to get rid of the metals. That's sort of the only thing we can do right now. So just get rid of all of this. Okay, now the question is, Z Vengeance, I think I missed your theory. Just by the way. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I think I missed your theory. I'm trying to figure out this bloody thing now. Hold up. So I need to make polymers. In order to make polymers, I need... Why don't I have... What the f is going on? Like, what? What is that? It's minerals. So I don't have enough minerals. Oh, bro. Are we being for real right now? Maybe. The altars are having a party. Z Vengeance, why are you writing 3 whole walls of text?
Told you, no harm in a little fun. Let's talk about Lena again. Always. Did you think it through?
Okay, hold up. Z Vengeance. Okay, let me talk to this guy and then I'll quickly check your theory out. I've decided I don't want to get into it.
Yes. I have a theory I'd like to share. Hit me.
She hated me for working too much. It started when I convinced her not to move abroad. I was never good enough for her. Oh, boy. I want to go with it started when I convinced her not to move abroad. About to die in 8 days. Truth, actually. Truth. Chat. 1, 2, or 3. Twitch people, you can vote on Twitch. YouTube peeps, just tell me 1, 2, and 3. The sheep is perfectly safe, XRP. The sheep is perfectly safe. On X, how you doing? Our streaming experience on X? On X, to be fair, very rare. Like, every once in a while, I might get someone that pops in and actually chats on X, but for the most part, X doesn't really... I think a lot of people might see the stream on X and then jump over to either Twitch or YouTube to watch it, but very few people watch on Twitch. Or on X. So, and X also has a very weird way of calculating their views. It seems like every single person that watches on X, like even if it is just for a couple of minutes, is counted and they never go away. So you don't really get active views, you get overall views, which is not the way it should be for a stream. You should be able to see your active viewers, not, you know. Okay, it started when I convinced her not to move abroad.
It all started when I convinced her not to move abroad. Oh, interesting. I remember that moment. Is this where we branched apart? Yeah. That decision defined us. Wow. But it wasn't just about moving, was it? I remember it well. It was a very specific feeling.
I was afraid of the unknown. I was sad about selling the house. I was jealous of her career. Oh yeah, Onyx. I mean, I'm streaming everywhere because wherever people want to watch, they should be able to watch. So I'm not really too worried either way. As long as people enjoy watching. So what now, chat? When you stream, thanks. XRP, thank you very much for being here. I enjoy streaming. I love hanging out with you guys. We on Hulu next year? Why are we on Hulu next year? I don't think Hulu will ever do streaming platforms. I was afraid. Why are you guys making me seem like a bitch? I was afraid of the unknown, like a proper little slut. Like, why would a man be afraid of the unknown? The unknown's great. Although, to be fair, not a single one of these, every single answer here is basically just be more of a little bitch. Damn woman making me restart on the property ladder. True. But it is effectively just a connection of, well, pussy behaviors, actually. I was jealous of her career. What man? I'm going to make this simple, ladies. No man really cares what your career is. Sit down, you make me nervous. XRP, I'm sick and tired of sitting. I need to stand for a bit. The unknown is great. Man stuck on a planet with radiation storms trying to kill him constantly and a dysfunctional giant wheel to the point he has to clone himself to avoid dying of loneliness.
Going away wasn't the problem. It was something else, and you know it.
He's gonna make me say the bullshit, isn't he? He's gonna make me say the nonsense. But what man even knows? I know what he wants me to say, chat. I know what he wants me to say.
I was jealous of her career. Jealous? Please, we always wanted her to be successful. It was never about her.
Oh, thank you. Wow, I genuinely thought that's what it is. Okay, yeah, I was apparently sad about.
Could give her a good life, and now the thought of having to start all over again. It felt like I would be losing something I worked so hard to achieve. So, you convinced her to stay. Yeah? And you agreed to go. Right. What happened after?
Onyx, that's why I didn't want that to be the right answer, because no man would ever give a shit about that. Like, if his wife is having success at work, he'd be happy for her. I know a common misconception of women is that, oh, you know, men are threatened by intelligence. This is just something that ugly bitches say, because they have to make some excuse for not having a boyfriend. XRP. But, Bandit, are you actually pushing XRP crypto here? She dumped me. She held a grudge. I started working my ass off.
I started working my ass off like crazy to pay the mortgage, support us both, prove it was the right decision to stay, but in the end, you had less time for her. I had no time. I was exhausted and we just grew apart. Okay. I think I've heard enough. Really? Yeah. Can't you see the pattern? You're always trying to prove something, be in control, build a big house, work overtime, go to friggin' space if nothing else works, instead of just taking the passenger seat sometimes, letting go and just enjoying the ride.
Sounds like terrible advice.
You want me to enjoy the ride now. All I'm saying is you can try to trust her a little more.
I can't afford to trust her.
I can't afford to trust her, not about you and the others. That's not the point. Think about it. When was the last time you asked her for something? Huh? She's a biotechnician, for crying out loud, and here we are struggling with those polymers. I bet she could tell us how to do it better. All you need to do is ask. Tell her you need her help. For once, rely on someone else other than yourself. I can try, I guess.
I'm very suspicious of his advice.
Do it. You won't regret it.
Everyone knows you don't ask your wife for advice. Like, what are you talking about? You learned reliance. There's only so much you can do for yourself. The botanist taught you that there's nothing wrong in letting someone else be in control from time to time. I think the botanist is highish, but never mind. Sneaky effort would say, true.
Hey, so, how am I doing? According to your high standards? You want me to tell you? When you're successful, you know it. You don't have to run around asking people. Is success really all that matters to you? What else is there?
Happiness, helping others, love and friendship, nothing? Alright, chat, let's see. Are you guys pussies? Or do you actually have balls? Like, what's important? What's the most important thing in life? So nothing is important. Or nothing is more important than success. My food? I think we'll put that under happiness degree. Love and friendship. Who's the one person that voted for love and friendship? Speak up. Have it almost that you. To serve the tribe, like God and nature intended. Did you say love and friendship? Guys, point and laugh. Point and laugh. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Dude, no one's saying you have to fight here, but just success is important. Friends with magic, and magic is heresy. Alright, I'll go with this.
Right. Nothing's more important. So, why didn't you do anything significant with your life? You obviously had it in you, since I am your branching. I remember being very motivated in the first years of my studies. Motivated and competitive. Yeah. So, when did you stop pushing?
I preferred easy money. I was tired of competing. I didn't want my life to be just about work. If I remember correctly, it was actually about competing. Or easy money, actually. It was easy money. Yeah, it was easy money.
I guess I just preferred to earn money without too much effort. So, when I got a good business offer, I kissed the university goodbye. The beginning of a downfall. Why did you stay at the university? Because of a scholarship I didn't get. Wait, you mean the one we had in our pocket? Lost in the final round, yes. Oh yeah, I took that hard. So did I. But it motivated me. I stayed to have a go at that scholarship next year, and I succeeded.
Wish I had done the same. I reacted like a human. It cost you your personal life, though. Gazaveli, how you doing? You know, I recognize that voice. It's the same guy who does Mr. Hands in Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, you're not wrong, actually. Yeah. Okay, that sounds... Yeah, it sounds familiar enough that I would believe that. Wish I had done the same. Or reacted like you... I don't know what to answer there. Chat, what do we do? I wish I had done the same. Okay. All available. It's almost sleepy sleep time. Discuss Lena's involvement. Here we go.
Jan?
Hi, Lena.
It's good to hear you. I was a bit out of line last time we spoke. It was harsh in your situation. Is everything okay?
Reliance, I need your help. You know, you have to stay out of this. I should have gone abroad with you. Do I want to start a relationship now?
I've been thinking about us. And I realized I made a mistake when I convinced you to stay. When you got that job offer abroad.
Jan, have you been drinking?
Is that really your first reaction?
Sorry, it's weird. You're acting weird.
It's weirder than you think.
Look, I don't know what's going on with you, but I don't think this is a great time to dissect our past. We can talk about it when you get back, if that's what you really need. Is there anything more immediate I can help you with?
Wow. I poured my heart out to her and she spat it in my face. This, boys, is why you never show your emotions. Never show weakness. Well, let's follow his advice and see how this goes.
I think I am going to need you.
Oh, okay.
Remember when I told you I was building a bridge?
Right. That sounded very unsettling.
And I need to get my hands on a lot of superconductive polymers in a very short time. Truth is, I don't know shit about what I'm doing, and I thought, well, since this is kind of your thing, maybe you'd have some idea how to speed it up.
Superconductive polymers. Right. Have you thought of... I mean, since you brought this to me, I suppose you have access to organic matter of some kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How about a place you can grow plants in? Do you have anything like that?
I do.
Yeah, I have a greenhouse.
Great. Well, good news is there is a way to get your polymers by processing organics. I can send you detailed instructions, but honestly, I'm worried that gathering resources and operating a greenhouse might be a little too much for one person.
Yeah. Well, I know, but why don't I give it a try?
Uh-huh. Sure. It's just... I could have helped you so much earlier, and you'd have more time. It's really starting to bug me how mining ops are not going by the book about this. It's outrageous. I think I have to say something.
2 seconds. Ja. Sorry about that, chat. Molly doesn't know about Lena? Dude, but we're not doing anything. Molly is a sheep. There's nothing happening with the sheep. Give him hell. Please don't make waves. I don't... Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Sure.
Fine.
Give
go.
him hell.
Well, I'm gonna have to deploy some level of diplomacy. But still, I'm glad you reached out, Jan. Talk later, okay? Bye.
They could have used a better,
Bye.
like a more beautiful woman for the picture. But, oh well. So now, you can grow polymers in the greenhouse module. No ways. I can actually grow polymers? What? What are we talking about? This is nuts. Well, I can't do it now. Apparently, wait. It's legal to sleep with sheep in Siberia? Or in Libya? That is definitely awkward. What was I doing again? Or what was I trying to do again? We need to build bridge anchors, but I need polymers for that. Before we go anywhere, it's the refinery. Polymers, we need organic. Yeah, we do need organic matters. Research. Quickly look at the research. Why is no research being done? Oh, we were off. I don't remember now. Someone will come and fix that later. I don't have time. We have to go to... Shit. Wait, why can't I teleport? Hold up. I just quickly need to see something here. What's the minerals? Minerals. Okay, this is minerals. But I can't see where's the minerals here. It is that, right? Why can't I travel? What the f is going on? I don't understand what's going on here. My batteries are about to be done. Yeah, we have a problem. I don't think you can go up here. Yeah, can't go up. Crap! So what is it? A space? Open RPGs? Let's say that. Maybe how you doing? It's weird. So it's an RPG, but it's also somewhat survival. And I can't fast travel. I don't understand why I can't fast travel here. Oh, because it's not connected. That makes sense, boys. That makes so much sense. Okay. Tell me I have pylons. I have pylons. Yeah, you have to bolt. Where's my batteries? I thought I had batteries. This sucks.
Want me to take a look there?
Yeah. Maintenance go.
Hey man, want me to lend a hand with this?
Please do. I need to figure this shit out.
Should I resolve this?
Yes, please.
Would you like me to go there?
Yes, please. Now, how do I get my batteries sorted out? I should have batteries built up. I have 3 suit batteries, and yet I can't use them. Why can't I use them? The hell is this? Oh, this is the bridge placement. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so the suit will not work, even though technically the suit can absolutely work. Where the hell does one charge the suit? What about here? Is this fast travel? What's this? Oh, there we go. Right. We're charged again, boys. Never mind.
Hey, is that one following me? What the hell?
Wait, is there one following me? What?
Looks like we're running out of storage space.
Oh, it is actually following me. Well, don't say we're running out of storage space.
Without resources. Should I move on to this now?
Do what you need to do. Don't run out of storage space. Chat, everything is broken now. Okay, come on. Connect. And done. Looky here. We can finally connect. And now... we can mine so we can make polymers. Okay, let's do this. Okay, what's the research situation here? Ooh, we're on base expansion now. This is good. This is good news, boys. Next up, we'll do that, and then we'll be... Who wants to talk to us? The scientist guy wants to speak to us. Where's scientist guy? Down. Scarf Choppy? What have you got for me? I found another anomaly.
I ran into another anomaly. This one was different. It was like this distortion was closing in on me, as if I was pulling it toward me. How extraordinary. Maybe its magnetic field is interacting with your suit. Yeah, well, running away from it was no fun. Keeping clear of it is the only thing you can do for now. Let's keep collecting observations. I feel we're onto something groundbreaking here.
Okay. What do you have for me?
So, what do you got for me? An invention I'm particularly proud of. The Luminator. You mean a flashlight? You have a talent for making extraordinary things sound mundane. It's not just a flashlight, Jan. Tell me, when you encounter these distortions, what is your priority?
To investigate them, to get them out of the way, to avoid them.
I'd like to investigate them more. Now you'll be able to do it.
Oh.
Okay. How? Professor Frankov discovered that certain frequencies of light waves can be used to peer into proximity planes, to study them. I've used his observations to create my illuminator so it can reveal elements of the integral hidden to the human eye. But it also has another, more pragmatic application. It can help to eliminate distortions.
Oh. That's helpful. You mean destroy them? How is that supposed to help me examine them?
How is that supposed to help me examine them? I'm just giving you a tool. You decide how to use it. You see, distortions are created around puncture points between potential universes. That much we know. Now, with the Illuminator, they should become much more visible to you. Focusing the Illuminator's light waves exactly on the puncture point will allow you to seal that rift. You could compare it to cauterizing a wound. Damn, that does sound promising. Indeed. Now you see why I don't like calling it a flashlight.
He likes calling it the flashlight instead, as the Grey Hour suggested. Digit? Yeah, Niara apparently also got, or is really addicted to it. So I'm assuming it's good. I need to refine this stuff. Okay, let's see.
All done. Should I take care of this now? Jan, can you check if we have enough food? Come and find me when you have a moment.
I don't have time for this. Oh, for the love of good things. There is only men after all. But Nyara, what's wrong with that? I'm working my first Orni on June. You wanted to talk.
Hey, something you wanted to discuss with me? Remember our little chat about success? Yeah. What about it? I wanted to suggest we push harder. Tell me. Crunch hours. Clean and simple. A lot of productivity is wasted on socializing, binge watching a series for the 100th time, or just pointless moping about. People can work till they drop, you know. It's been done before in emergency situations.
And everyone hate me for it? Will we really be more productive?
Will we really be more productive? Just watch and rejoice. Of course they won't be happy about it, but it's a small price to pay. I guarantee that. Still, it doesn't sound like something I could keep up forever. No. But even doing it at small intervals can drastically speed up the completion of crucial tasks. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it and try later. Ever seen a good captain hesitate? If you want to do it now, or you'll get them used to procrastinating.
This guy just wants everyone to work non-stop. He's not a fan of sitting around doing nothing. Okay, so how do we do crunch hours again? You have the ability to toggle crunch hours in the assignments tab. When enabled, all alters will be forced to work 12-hour shifts. Wow. Yeah, that'll go great. Illuminator. I'll make this tomorrow, I guess. We're on time, yeah, but 12-hour shifts, that's gonna be hell to pay, man. We don't have anywhere for them to relax. Plus, we have 6 days. We can crunch when we have 3 days left. For now, I think we're still fine. You know what we can do instead? Let's get our refiner on the refinery as soon as possible. What do you mean there's nothing queued for the refinery? Are you out of your mind? I want the polymers first. And then for storage, what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the metals. And let's get rid of the rubidium as well. Now we have more than enough space to actually amp the crap out of this. Let's go. What's...
Should I move there?
Oh, you can recharge at these. Yeah, we can do... I think this is all I need for now. What is he doing? Yeah, go refinery. Go. Workshop. Let's see. Can we make a bridge anchor? Can we make 4 bridge anchors, actually? make one. What is it that we don't have? In terms of polymers, how many polymers do we have? Not enough. Yeah, chat. I don't think we're gonna make it. I don't think we're gonna make it. Let's go assignments. Trigger crunch, boys. Let's go. I need you to bloody work like you've never worked before, boys. Like you've never worked before. I don't need the refiner there. I need the refiner there. And scientist dude there. Come on, boys. It's time to work. Can I make illuminator here? Where am I supposed to bolt illuminator? Watch Asmongold stream on Dune, and he had the most shitty opinion he ever had. Wow, completely formatted his brain. Why? What did Asmongold say? Alters the unions then. Dude, don't put bullshit in their heads. No. No. We're not unionizing anything. He thought it was trash. Well, was it trash? It's Valheim on Dune? I'm assuming you really like it. Let's just go sleep because I know what I need to do. I don't want to do it, but I know what I need to do. See, we need... Yeah, don't really have a choice. See, this gives enriched, but the enriched isn't going to help us. Because these are the ones I need most. Saven, how are you doing? Don't you dare. What's the research? What? Oh, he's done with all the research. That's great. Now, you can go and work on cheaper batteries, hub pylon, climbing probe. Just because mechanisms are the same doesn't mean the full game's the same. My gut is being in pain in the... Yes, I'm a little cranky. Oh, Seven, I can understand that. He clearly does. You can't like Valheim Enshrouded and just like Dune? Well, Niara, he seems to. Let's go with that. And contemplation room or a gym? Let's do a gym.
Can't do this without resources. Should I move on to this now?
Where are you now? No.
There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
What do you mean there's nothing more to do there? Are you being for real right now, or are you guys just absolutely bullshitting me? If I can't make more bridge anchors, we're gonna have a bloody problem. I can't make more bridge anchors. Oh, because I don't have metal. Oh, okay. I can fix that. I can fix that. I can fix that.
Would you like me to address that?
Oh, this is fun. Okay. Now, how many bridge anchors can I build? So that's 3.
All done. Should I take care of this now?
You can't go to the Rupidium outpost. Are you out of your mind? No. What we do need someone, though, to go to this outpost. We need organics. So technician guy, go there. But let's stop the massive research.
Come see me. I'd like to draw your attention to something.
Oh, the skin of a game makes a massive difference to me. I know I'm losing out on a bunch of great games, but if the setting turns me off, I just won't. Like space games, I have no interest, no matter how good they are, and it's my loss, but I can't change it. You don't like space games? Ah, it's so weird. I love space games. Like sci-fi? Sci-fi is probably my favorite genre. Except for I don't need an anchor. I need bridge anchors. Molly can't work that way.
I didn't manage to pull it off. The 48-hour crunch. I noticed. Well, what can I say? I hope that failure doesn't bring you down, because it only drives me to push harder.
Oh, you wanted me to keep pushing them harder. Oh. So that's the ultimate problem here. Oh, but I just remembered something. Hold up. We might be able to fix a few things here now. See, we now have medium storage, which might be a lot better. See, because, oh, crap, look at this. It's a lot bigger. But it takes a lot more space as well. His point was the game is not super fun right at the start. That point is valid, but he played and liked games that require way more to be fun, like WoW, for example. I think I have. It couldn't take off due to Star Trek and Star Wars popularity at the time, but it's amazing. Nope, it is weird. I love sci-fi shows, watched them with my dad as I grew up, but games, just no. So Niara, I wonder, I get what you mean, and I get what you're saying. I wonder why. Like, why did he just completely reject it? Because that is sort of interesting, no? I wonder. Oh, I can build this. It's a recycler. Don't know what it does, but it does stuff. I wonder if... what happens if I sell these two? Does that work? No, not really, because it will give me... Ow, crappity crap. Medium storage. Medium storage. Is this worth it? It feels like it should be. But I can't sell it. Why? Refund not possible. Not enough storage space. So what you're saying is I can't build another one because I don't have enough space. I can't remove one because I don't have enough space. Screw this game, man. Hey, come on, bitch. Stefan, if we feed Molly more, we can have a bigger bribe. Yeah, but right now, we're struggling with more things. We're struggling with way more things than worrying about what Molly wants to or does not want to eat. In fact, I would argue we have significant problems right now. See, now, if I could just get 60 of these minerals, of these metals, that would be so good. Let's go sleep. No point in being awake anymore. I have a plan for tomorrow. Because I keep wanting to do everything myself, and it would probably be better to start getting my peeps to work with me. Roadblock, goeiemiddag, meneer. Goeiemiddag. Alright, let's go. Assignments. We're gonna do the following. Organics outpost, he's working on that. Recycler is working on that. Let's do... We want enriched minerals. What does that turn into again? ALX to organics. I don't know what ALX is, but I'll believe you, I guess. So organics, metals, and we're going to find enriched metals into metals and organics. If the organics tank is full, any surplus resources will be lost. Okay. This means we're gonna have to pull some people. Science guy, you're gonna come here. That's why I prefer you to have a review on a game. Asman left Skyrim because the start and the cart was boring. Imagine relying on him. Pringles, how you doing? We need a female Jan? No, we don't need a female Jan. No one needs a female Jan. Greenhouse can stay as is. I think that's fine. And I need you in the refinery. So, but we're also gonna go back to crunch. Come on, boys. Don't be bitches.
There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
Are we making polymers or are we not?
Should I move there?
And I'm not even sure if I'm building a bridge anchor or not. Oh, I'm no longer building a bridge anchor. The scientist suffers from radiation burns. Are we for real right now? Guys, I think the scientist is very angry. But so too is Jan, the technician. They're all very, very angry right now. Look at those faces.
Hey, man. I can see something's upsetting you. Don't make it worse. Love the attitude. So what can I mean, what do you usually do when you're angry? Nothing usual about these circumstances. Oh, I don't know, Jan. I try to avoid people who irritate me.
Everyone who irritates you looks like you. It must be annoying to live in such a confined space, nowhere to hide.
All the more reason to throw yourself into work, right? That's true. I'd like to get back to it.
Okay, so we calmed him down. Now we need that technician bitch. Don't know where he is though. Where is the technician? Oh, he's at the organics outpost. So he's still collecting stuff. I'm not answering that call. Not right now. I'm not in the mood. Joran, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can't get rid of you.
Man, he's so angry at us. Let's see. Come on. Hey, boy. Let's talk. Try to calm him down.
I can see that you're angry. Just leave me alone. Come on, let me help. What do you usually do when you feel like this? I don't know. Go to a bar, I guess. Nothing better than a bottle of cheap, lukewarm beer, am I right?
Can't always suppress your emotions. Work hard, party hard. There's plenty of beer.
You can't always suppress your emotions. That's dangerous. Don't patronize me. I know what I'm doing.
Fair enough. I did not calm him down, boys. He's not calm. Oh my goodness. What now?
I know you've been down lately. Anything I can do to make you feel better? Super kind of you, but I'll be fine. Don't worry. No, still, I'd love to help. Let's talk about something that puts a smile on your face. I like my comfort food, I guess. Nothing like a good old mac and cheese, you know? Only, I'm a terrible cook.
Plenty of guys to cook for you here? You sure that's good for muscle growth? The sheer thought of comfort food makes me happy.
Yes. Comfort.
Say something nice to the
The
guy.
ultimate cure. Just thinking about it makes me feel better. And hungry. Yeah, we really are simple beasts. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So, Saven, to explain to you, just so you understand what's happening here. You see the snaking sort of DNA strain here? So this is our genetic memory.
Damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, Notori, thank you so much for the 3 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Notori. You're far too kind. So if you zoom in here, for example, you'll see there's memories here, right? These are your genetic memories. Now, every single time a big event in your life happens, there's an opportunity for your memories to split. So these are alternate versions of you, and then you can make them into alternate versions of yourself to help you out. To basically help you run your colony. Oh, this guy again. He is so annoying.
Lucas, what's up?
I thought I'd check up on you. How's that bridge going?
Bro, I'm busy, man. Come on. Like, holy crap.
Not so peachy. I have to admit I'm struggling a little to make it in time. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wanted to tell you again how important what you're doing is. You know, collecting rubidium. In case you forgot, which would be totally understandable. I mean, I wouldn't want you to feel pressured. You don't have to worry about it now if you've got more important things on your list. Just, don't forget about it completely, okay? Keep it in the back of your head, please, for when you're less busy.
Okay, Lucas. Noted.
I think Lucas is trans because he is nagging the shit out of me. Dude, don't ask. I don't know. This is just so annoying. Like, holy shit. Like, he's consistently bothering me with bullshit. Like, bro, just quiet, pipe down. No one cares about this nonsense. Alright, can we get this shit going, please? Maybe I could... Oh. Medium storage, let's go. And, ding, ding, ding! We have a lot more storage space. Let's get to working, please. Where's the refiner? Where's the refiner guy? Definitely not what I want. Where's the refiner, dude? What are we refining? Hold up. Production assignments. Refiner. What do you mean I have nothing queued? Oh, it's gonna be one of those where we don't have actual things for it. No resources. Okay. So we have to go to the organics. Who's doing organics outpost? He's gonna be going there in a second. But I wonder if wait, I know what I need to do. I need to bolt the illuminator. Where is the illuminator? I don't... Did I already bolt the illuminator or did I not bolt the illuminator, chat? Build one more bridge anchor. Nothing is queued. Okay, we can probably go put down one of these bridge anchors at least. Illuminator. Oh, what the hell? Oh, what just happened? Oh, what did I just... Oh, I picked up some shit. Alright, here we go. Lucas gives socialist vibes. He's probably a socialist. I wouldn't be surprised. He seems a bit like a socialist, doesn't he?
Should I go there instead?
My bro, go do stuff that make you happy, please. You know what happens when the sun rises in that game? You die violently. Oh, what the hell is this? Following the internal trail. Keep using the minute to follow the...
Huh. Incredible. Let's see where this leads.
What trail? How long? All right, so what exactly am I doing here? Okay, it's not really... Now here we go. Where is this thing leading me? Oh, what? Oh, what is this? Planetary samples, a rare and valuable resource used for advanced research. Well, don't mind if I do. Okay, chat, we need to get on that side. And we need to get there as quickly as we can. Get back here. Okay, now let's quickly think here. I know where I'm going. Oh, get back here. Oh, damn. I need to charge. Charge here. I hope that my guys are actually making stuff here and not just screwing around. Can you recharge, or would you prefer not to? Thank you. Okay, now let's quickly talk about what are you guys actually doing? Why is no one on this outpost? And why are you doing enriched minerals when you could be doing something far better than that? I'm gonna move you off of that. He's supposed to be the one on organics, yet he isn't on organics. Fine. What would you do? I don't know if this is helpful. Oh, goody. I can't because oh, for the love of... I can't wait for actual upgrades. And also, why is there a giant exclamation point on my backpack? What's this thing trying to tell me? People who always finish your sentences. Okay.
Nice. I don't know that movie.
Okay, boys. We may be in some serious trouble soon.
This looks like a good spot to place the bridge anchors.
I can't stay here. So this is just to close it. We'll just pass through here. Because it's almost nighttime. We're about to die. Are we actually gonna make it, boys? You also die at night? You do die at night. Yes, you do die at night. Well, not immediately, but you will eventually have radiation sickness and poisoning and stuff. So you kind of don't want to be out at night for too long. Where's my polymers? And why isn't it right where I need it? Why is everything broken down? Like, nothing's working anymore. Where the hell is my refinery? Why not? Are we refining? What are you refining exactly here? Hold up. Polymers. No resources. How could there be no resources for polymers? We have organic, but we don't have minerals because no one's bloody mining minerals. That's our big issue. See, we have the organics, we don't have the minerals. Scientist dude, go to minerals.
Looks like I'm done. Should I go there next?
Yeah, go base maintenance. Now I have to look. There's so many things that's broken down on this bloody base. See, if we don't finish this immediately, we're donezo. I feel like we're gonna have to start over because we are screwed. We have 2 days left. 2 days! Boys! We are in so much trouble. And now we have a rebellion as well. Our guys are rebelling. Yeah, we're not doing this, boys. We're not doing this. Our guys are rebelling. Like, this is nuts.
Not with those sharp minds and tongues. Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying you'll be friends, but you could try to find common ground. Fine. Maybe we'll bond over analyzing your shortcomings.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Why don't you do that? You know, just be super angry and shit. That's fine. Now the botanist is also crying about nonsense. Oh man, this game is made a million times harder because of this. The managing these interactions.
Hey, man. I can see you're bummed out. Yeah? Well, not many reasons to be happy lately. What would you do at home if you needed some cheering up? I'd probably watch a lighthearted comedy.
I knew there was a rom-com guy among us. You deserve a good laugh. We should have a movie night in the base.
Of course. If I were to guess which one of us is a rom-com guy, I'd bet my money on you. And you'd lose. Buddy cop movies are my thing. You should bet on the scientist. He gives off a rom-com character vibe.
Can you imagine the scientist? Yeah, probably. Who do you guys think would be the rom-com dude? Okay, let's quickly think. Let's think. I need... more polymers. It's literally the most important thing for me right now. And polymers are going to be found here. You think the engineer? It could also be the engineer? Okay, let's see. Let's go back, see if we can build that bloody thing now. We should have enough. Okay, I think I just may have screwed myself. Where's the refinery now? Methane. I need one more bridge thingy. Oh, we're gonna be... This is gonna be so close. No! What? How? Oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay. We have 1 day left before the sun.
Should I go there next?
Yeah, go do the refinery shit. It's engineer. Okay, so we don't have food. How do we not have food? How is the scientist constantly suffering from radiation burns? I do not understand this. My man, do you not have a suit? Oh, wait. I understand now. Damn. I keep pushing these guys to work in the middle of the night. No wonder they're super angry with me, boys. Oops. Oops-a-daisy. Are you playing a Democrat Convention Simulator? Dude, I'm not playing a Democrat Convention Simulator. I'm desperately trying to stay alive. We have 1 day left. If we don't do it now, we're dead. It's over.
I move on to this now? Looks like I'm done. Should I go there next? There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there? There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
Dude, I couldn't care less with you. Stop bothering me. I don't have enough of this. I need 40 minerals. Okay, just keep doing what you guys are doing. I'll go put up a bridge for us. Let's go, boys. Bridge time. And if we're lucky, this means we can move on before we get killed. I don't even know if this is the right place to be, but... Oh, damn. I think I may have just screwed up, boys. Yeah, I think I might have just screwed up. Let's just place the bridge. Let's just place the bridge. I should have placed the bridge from the beginning. Don't run into bullshit. All right, and away we go. Can I cross this bridge now? Yes. Chat, we've done it.
Hey, man. The bridge looks empty.
We've done it, boys. We've done it. What do you know? Look at us go. Alright, we need to reset our assignments because we need organic so that we can travel. But we also need minerals. Who's Gary from Fort? What? Okay, I need minerals. 40. Why do I not have any minerals? So in other words, if we go to sleep now, I think we're dead. Okay, boys. Either we're dead now, right? So as soon as this happens, we're dead. Or we have one more day to make this work. One more day. Yep, we had to move earlier. We didn't move. Because we didn't plan correctly. Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you can load... Yeah, it saves in acts. So we can, effectively, load from year. Which would be the first day of that, of Act 1. Yeah, see, this gives us enough time now to really figure this out and sort this out and figure out exactly what we want to do and how we want to do it. But that's going to be it for the stream for today. Just because I have to go get ready. I have game night tonight. Don't know what board games. I think we're going to be playing Lord of the Rings, actually, today. So yeah, I have board games in probably like an hour or two. So I just want to eat before I go. We need a Gold Boss Yan to be made. Well, we'll go more tomorrow. For those of you that is interested, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know if we'll start earlier or later. It's going to depend on a whole host of factors, like, for example, what videos needs to be made and all the rest of it. But I will try to be as early as possible. As early as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I hope you had a ton of fun. I know I had a lot of fun entertaining you. Thank you so much for being here. As always, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace.